Think we'll pass spending 9 hours renaming Unreal projects because I already did that this weekend. I did that yesterday and this weekend, but I did get it done. Hi guys, welcome in. Oob, Matt, Monkey Socks. Hi guys. How was your weekend? How was your Monday? 9 hours? No, I don't think it was 9 hours. Why am I peeking so bad? You know, I do a mic check test before I start. I'm always like, wow, that's so quiet. Why is it like so quiet? And I turn it up, and then I get on stream and I start talking and I'm just like screaming in your ears. I don't know why. I always like to see 3D modeling streams. You're gonna see a lot of 3D modeling streams starting to not tomorrow, the next day. No, yeah. Starting on the 1st, I'll be doing 3D modeling every single day on stream. Every single day. I'll be streaming every single day. And I'll be doing at least like an hour of 3D modeling every day. So you're gonna see a lot of those here soon. I just spent an untold amount of money to stay 3 nights in Phoenix for a wedding. Pray for me. Yeah, that sounds expensive. Yeah, so we're kind of hosting our own little February event, which we didn't make up, by the way. We just found it somewhere. Oh, I need to get YouTube chat up. Hang on. Probably missing YouTube chat. Oops, I don't know what I just did. I just added my own Twitch stream to watch later. I'm missing PHP and Carl. What's up, guys? Pop out chat. Bring you guys over here. Okay, now I can see what you're saying. All the snowbirds jack the prices up this time of year. Yeah. Yeah. Jana and I need a vacation. It's been a while since we've had one. I think I had one 2 years ago. It's been a while. Anyway, I don't know what to do today. So, one, collections are still not working, and I don't even know like where to go with them anymore because it's like, I think I know how to solve the problem we have, but it's tricky and it's gonna take some work, and I haven't touched it in a couple days because I was frustrated, so I didn't do that. So yesterday and a little bit Sunday, I spent time duplicating the Swords and Magic project, thinking. So Jana and I talked about this, and she was like, you know, you're looking at all these plugins and all these like blueprint like assets and stuff you can just buy to like make that game quicker. And she was like, but like you already have all the pieces you need for Swords and Magic. Like everything is already there. You already have a combat system that will feel the exact same because it is the exact same. You already have building in there that you can just tweak or whatever. You have an inventory system. You have all the systems you already need for like a survival base building game because you've already built it. And I was like, you know, that's a really good point. Why would I go spend money on these systems that I don't know how they work? I'm taking a gamble on if they work at all. And like, it's going to cost money that I don't have right now. So yeah, so I decided, let's just try it. Let's just see what's the worst that could happen. So I duplicated the Swords and Magic project. And I was like, well, this is gonna be really confusing having 2 Swords and Magic projects. And like, I don't want to accidentally delete something or change something in the actual Swords and Magic project. Not that I couldn't revert it or whatever anyway, but still, I didn't want to take that risk. And also, if we did, for some reason, you know, actually decide to finish a game in there with that project and release it, then I was worried that like, what happens if it's the exact same name and then you end up with the exact same save folder and then it overwrites your Swords Magic project or progress and your save files. So I was like, this obviously needs to be renamed. And renaming a C++ file or C++ project in Unreal Engine is really tricky. It takes a whole lot of like digging through like C++ files and like renaming them and like replacing like references inside them and stuff. So I watched like 3 different tutorials and like followed all of them. And it like was struggling like all day long yesterday trying to get it working because every time I like, even when I got it to finally like compile in Visual Studio, then I couldn't get it to open because it would just crash. And I was like, well, this might be a lost cause. And I gave up like 4 times throughout the day, but for some reason it was like that problem you just can't like give up on. And I just kept coming back and like working on it again a little later. So I just kept taking breaks and doing something else or whatever. Then I come back and work on it again. And finally I got it working, got it open. And then I had like 20 or 30 different blueprints that were like crashing. And I'm sure there's more that I haven't discovered yet, just like because they're not referenced to load at the startup. And so I dug through and fixed all that stuff last night until like 3 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, wow, this is working. I can like get in the game. I can fight monsters again. I can like use weapons and stuff. And then I realized that none of these stats were working. And then I realized that somehow, some way, there's like renamed character classes, I guess. And so I'm not like able to reference the correct like game attributes. So that's gonna be a pain. So that's where I'm at now. But I don't know. We could work on that today because now it's like working. It's just we don't have attributes. So like we have to rethink, like, do we care if we have like, you know, focus and willpower and stuff like that, or should we just like change that system and like not do that? Or we could like try to make a new system. I don't know how we're gonna do that though. But anyway, so yeah, I haven't really touched that yet, or I don't know if I want to like dive into that or not yet, but I do have ideas for it. Jan and I have been brainstorming some ideas for like the survival game, and we have a lot of ideas, and I think we're both kind of on board for doing it. She's pretty excited about it. Because every like survival base building game we've ever played has always been like very catered to like, even the fantasy ones are very catered to like pretty gritty, like not casual, you know, audiences. So we think that like this is actually a really cool niche to get into, is like more of a casual, lighthearted, like survival base building game. Because most are pretty, you know, unforgiving. So anyway, I don't know if we're gonna work on that today, because we also have things to do for Swords Magic. Let me catch up on chat. Sorry. Carl says, what's the problem? I've been able to do it quite easily. Still takes an hour or two for larger projects, but Writer has quite good functionality for such things. Yeah, so our project is 5 years old, and there's a lot of stuff in it, and there's a lot of stuff in it, especially in the C++ files, that I don't know what they are. So the first time I tried, I just went through and like renamed everything manually that I could find, and then wouldn't build. And I tried that for like hours, and finally decided to follow another tutorial, because I was like, maybe I'll just look up another tutorial and I'll find like something I'm missing, because maybe I'm just missing stuff, because my project is so much bigger than most people's projects. And I found a bunch of other things that I missed, including like just doing like a find and replace, which was way faster. So I did a find and replace on the whole project, and I found out that I changed a bunch of stuff I didn't need to change. So I was like, well, I'll try to revert that. It was just a huge process. So I'll chalk up like half the time to learning, and the other half the time just like trying to figure out where all the stuff is that like needs to be changed, and then fixing stuff. So let's see. I think the better option would be to have a new project open on one screen and Swords Magic the other, and just manually copy over and redo. I thought about that, Monkey Socks. Because when I about halfway through and I couldn't figure out this one, I was like, maybe I should just start a fresh project and migrate things. The problem with that is there's so many interconnected things that I just first saw a whole bunch of problems. Like, for example, let's say I just move over the character, right? And then the character, like, then I need like, oh, well, now I need like the whole like loading screen and everything. Well, then I gotta move that over. And then I'm like, well, what happens when I like get to like the title screen to like choose a character? I need that whole, all those assets. Well, now I have to move over like the mannequin that gets like, that like shows up to show your character. Otherwise that's gonna break. Like, there's just gonna be a million little things that are gonna be broken, and it's gonna be like 3-4 days of like me just grabbing little things and migrate them over one at a time until everything starts working. And even when I migrate them over, they're probably not gonna be linked up correctly, right? So if I try to launch the game and it crashes, or like, let's say I just get to a spot in the game where it crashes because I don't have another file, when I migrate that file over, it's not automatically gonna be linked because it's lost those references. So then I'll be in there digging through all the references, trying to hook those back up manually. It's not gonna work. So I just think that would be a huge mess. But yeah, I did think about cherry picking. Yes, that's what I was actually considering doing. Hey, messing with files. Yeah. What's up, Pumpkin Days? Gotta thank you for telling me about the data assets. They are way better than the data tables. Yes, 100%. Wasn't as bad as I thought, converting our inventory over to them. Cool. I'm glad you did that. They're really useful. One thing that I think we made a big mistake with, and I don't have the project open. I don't know which one I'm opening yet. Kind of leaving it up to you guys. One thing we ran into was we made like a data a data asset library of all of our data assets. So every time we made a bunch of data assets, we could right click and like refresh a library, and it would like take all those data assets and put them into like a big library, a big list. And then we could like reference that in the game. And that was useful for like one thing where we wanted to like list all of the items in the game, basically for our collection system. So you could see what you have collected and what you haven't. And then for things like quest rewards and stuff, we just use like an ID for that data asset name. But that's a bad way to go about it, and we should just be using a direct reference or a soft reference to that data asset instead. So we can just like, oh, I'm gonna give a quest reward, and then you just have like you click it, and then you have all the data assets options, and you just type in like sword or whatever, and it'll pop up and show all the weapons that are like swords, and then I can just pick the one I want, and I know I'll never get it wrong because it's a direct reference to that data asset rather than typing in a name of it. So that's one thing we did wrong, and I think I'd like to fix that, but it's too late now. There's like way too many references to do that. So in future projects, that's what I would do differently. Anyway, but yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad that that's working out for you. I guess my thoughts would be you would cherry pick what worked within Swords and Magic in your new project and take that learning rather than migrating the whole classes, etc. Oh, you're saying just like rebuild everything from scratch. It would take, so I figure moving or duplicating Swords and Magic and using the base, like those base classes we want to use for sure, and then removing things we don't need, and then like modifying any functionality we want to like fit this game better is going to save me months of time. Honestly, I really think so. If I rebuilt the entire like combat system with like how everything works, like there's just months and months and months of like work there. Like there just is to get it to the point where it is now with like spells and ranged weapons and like dual wielding and like all that stuff. If we want all those systems to be the same, it's gonna be months of work to like rebuild all that from scratch. And like I don't have time to do that if we're gonna do this project. Like the whole point of this project was like, if everyone else is just making asset flips, why don't we make an asset flip of our own assets that we at least made ourselves? So that's kind of what I was looking at. You can go with a new project and just rip the C++ files you need. Not everything, like everything inherits from the C++ files, but the core foundation of the game is not built in C++. We still have it all built in blueprints. 99% of our game is in blueprints. The C++ stuff is primarily there for, it's like been converted from the old, there's an old like RPG base game made by Epic Games. And it's like we've like migrated that, or we've really like taken. Like, I'm pretty sure what happened is when Moz set this whole thing up, I'm pretty sure he opened up a copy of that RPG template and literally renamed it exactly how I did, because there were actually four redirectors for the game name that were redirecting from RPG game or whatever it's called, or RPG something, I don't know, to Swords and Magic and stuff. So I'm pretty sure that's all it is like he's just like updated those. So I just did the exact same thing again with a new project. What's up, Max? When I work on projects, my motto is if it's not broken and it's not an optimization issue, it doesn't need to be fixed. Exactly. You don't have to answer this, but and you probably get asked this all the time. What's the scale of income that Swords and Magic or Swords brings in currently? The scale of income. We need, I don't know if I want to like reveal numbers or not, but we bring in about, from Swords and Magic, on like a month where we don't do any sales or any updates or anything like that, we just kind of let the game do its own thing, we don't do any promotions or anything, we bring in about 25% of what we need to pay our bills for the month. Luckily we have Patreon that will pay, that brings in like a small chunk, but it's still a chunk of money. And then we have Twitch makes a little bit of money. Sometimes we get donations, that helps a lot. And then we also make a little bit of money from like random things here and there, like the Epic or the marketplace, the Unreal Marketplace makes a little bit of money, about $100 a month. We make a little bit of like trickling income everywhere else. That kind of helps like buffer that a little bit. But yeah, if we don't do any updates or any sales or anything like that for the month for Swords and Magic, we don't make enough money to pay our bills. Even with everything else combined, we don't make enough money, not even close. So we have to have an update and a sale like every month just to like meet that threshold, just to cover our bills. So it's getting pretty scarce right now. It's not great. That's why we let the team go, because we were for about 6 months, we were paying all of their salaries, like all their basically all everything they earned was coming out of our personal savings, and we ran out of savings, and we're getting really close to running out of savings, and we're like, you know what, this isn't working, so we had to let them go. So it's just me again. I'm working on it solo. Janet helps out when she can, but yeah, it's not great. However, it's not a ton of money anymore. It used to be good money. The first like year or so was pretty good money, and we could pay the whole team. And Jana and I were even actually making money and paying ourselves out. Like we were paying ourselves a salary at the time. It wasn't a ton of money, but it was enough money to like get us by, and we weren't like eating away at our savings at the time. But now it's dead, which is just that's just what happens with games. You know, it's been out for 3 years. People are bored of it. Like people aren't buying it anymore. Steam isn't pushing it anymore. It's just kind of like, you know, kind of dead, which is normal. No one's out there like being really super hyped up and like crazed about, you know, like, I don't know, Darkest Dungeon or something. Like there's just like a whole bunch of games out there that just kind of like slowly die off, and that's just how it works. So that's why we're looking at other projects and other ideas and how to make money. I'm working on a course from DDTV, even though I'm having a really hard time getting like momentum on that. I'm starting to like find my momentum a little bit. I've done a couple recordings now, but like I'm struggling to get that started because it's just a lot of work. But yeah, things are picking up. Would you not be carrying over a lot of the same issues, bugs, etc. that exist in the Swords of Magic into a new project though? Yeah, for sure. But like those are, yeah, yeah. But like the majority of those bugs, like I'm gonna say probably 80% of our bugs are things related to like questing and like I don't know, just like a bunch of little things that like aren't as important in like a survival based builder game. So yeah, we are definitely going to do that. But like rebuilding the entire game to fix like 10 bugs that I can fix by like refactoring the systems that aren't necessary in this game is going to be still a huge difference in time, right? So yes, well, yes, there's going to be bugs, and like the one thing that's really concerning me is the camera bug, like the first person bug. But there's a good chance there's an ad in 1 minute, by the way, guys. Heads up. If you don't want ads, you can subscribe to the channel. If that's something you want to do. I want to turn off ads, but I can't. It doesn't. Like Twitch is just gonna run ads no matter what. Which actually I was really upset about recently, but I just watched a Pirate Software clip, and he was talking about how much money it costs Twitch itself to run his stream for 8 hours, like and one of his 8-hour streams, and it's insane. It was like thousands of dollars. And then I felt a little bit guilty thinking that like, you know, Twitch was just trying to steal our money or like steal our, you know, steal money from us with ads, because that's not exactly the case. So anyway, if you guys don't want to watch the ads, I'm going to keep talking like there's no ads on stream, and you guys can sub if you want to bypass those, because that's how Twitch works. So see you in a couple minutes. Thank you, Max. Thanks. Appreciate the Prime sub. Anyway, unless you're Palworld, well, until Nintendo came along and Super Mario your game. What? I'm confused. Max, how you doing? What's going on? How's your? What are you working on now? You guys did. I think you guys. Wait, I think you scrapped the multiplayer update for your project. I don't remember what you're working on now. It's been a while since we chatted. Indie game dev doesn't make the kind of money people think it does, and also there's that drop off in sales after the first couple months. Yeah, for sure. Nintendo are looking into Palworld, if Palworld violates its copyright with Pokemon. We're currently working on a DLC for Hydroneer, Raven April 5th. Oh, that's awesome. Cool. Very fun. Just in time for the ad. Anyway, what do you guys want to work on today? So the other option, I mean, other than, you know, working on the survival game, which I don't know if we're even gonna do with that yet. But the other option is treasure hunting. I don't want to do collection stuff on stream. It's just too complicated, and I have to like do too much digging to figure out how it's working still. We can do treasure hunting though. We have the base, like actual like digging mechanic working, and the loot even working for it. The thing we need to work on next is like setting up an area for it in Sleepy Haven, and then we need to work on that, like the maps, and then we need to figure out what the like loot's gonna be with a reward for those important maps. I feel dirty when I play Palworld. I feel like I need to take a shower after playing it. Yeah, I feel like I need to take a shower just thinking about playing it. I have not played it. I don't want to play it. It's not my cup of tea. Like when I first saw it and I saw like characters running with like swords and, you know, like shields and stuff, and like with the whole pals thing, I was like, this is a really cool concept. I'm gonna play this game. And then I like clicked on it on Steam, I think, to buy it, and I decided it is on Xbox Game Pass, by the way, so you can play it on there if you pay for that. So I was gonna play it on there, but I saw the ad or the trailer on Steam, and like the whole Steam trailer is just like, hey, look how you can, you know, shoot the hell out of all these cute little creatures with guns. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize this was just a like shoot 'em up game. Never mind, not interested in this, and I decided not playing it. There's something about like the guns aspect that I just don't like. That's like the big thing. It's not actually, you don't even unlock guns unless you've been playing for hours. Yeah, I know, but like that's the progression. And like if I'm progressing to the point where like this game's really cool, I can build bases and have pals and stuff, and then eventually I'm going to get guns and blow them up, like I'm not interested in that. I don't want to support a game that like that's like their end game, you know? Like I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like if people want to play that, that's fine. It's just not my cup of tea. So I'm not going to play a game where like I know the end game isn't going to be something I enjoy. I don't want to get to the point where I'm like shooting these cute things with guns. I understand. I understand that you have to like fight them to like catch them, which I still don't know if I agree with, but like that's Pokemon too, right? In Pokemon, a wild thing attacks you, and then you beat it up and then you catch it. So like it's the same thing. It's just less visceral, I guess, in Pokemon. But yeah, I don't know. I disagree. You wish Enshrouded had more treasure chest loot variety? Yeah, I also like Enshrouded a lot better, just the concept in general, but I've been playing a lot of Enshrouded. I already have 30 hours in Enshrouded, and it just came out like, what did it come out, like Wednesday? I don't remember. I've shipped games with flipped assets, but that game is something else. Yeah. I'm planning on shipping a game with flipped assets, but they're my assets. So it's hard to like, it's weird because it's like, I don't know. I feel like I want to know like what percentage of like each new like Call of Duty or like sports game or like whatever, like they're like those like franchise games that come out every year. Like I want to know what percentage of those games are just like flipped assets from the year before. Cause like I want to like make myself feel better about the idea that I might make like a survival based building game out of Swords and Magic assets. The end game is actually fighting against other NPCs that are capturing the pals. You don't have to use the guns. The guns was just a shock thing for the trailer. You can build a spa and treat your pals nicely if you want. Oh, okay, that's cool. Well, I also, so this is just me being like petty and like probably jealous, but like I also don't really like the studio that makes Palworld because they also made Craftopia, and Craftopia is also a huge asset flip. Also, you know, I don't know. I also think a lot of the pals in Palworld are like straight up ripped off from like other games, especially Pokemon. Which is fine, I guess. I don't know. You have no creativity, I guess that's fine. But the reason I like it is because I think Craftopia was a huge asset flip, and the reason it hits home so much for me is because they launched the same week, and it might have been the same day as Swords and Magic, and it was really frustrating because I felt like Swords and Magic like had this really cool, unique vibe, and like everyone was gonna be excited about it. And we had a lot of wish lists. We were on like the top, like close to like the top upcoming like wish list games and everything. And then we launched, and then Craftopia like swooped in and like blew up, and it was just frustrating because like all the characters and like all the creatures and stuff in the trailers and stuff were like all just asset packs that I'd seen all over the place. Like it was just all straight up asset packs, and it just frustrated me because it was like, here we are making this like fully genuine game we made from scratch by hand, and like it just gets stomped on by this other game that's like literally just a bunch of like blueprint assets and like art assets that are just like mashed together. And then to put the cherry on top is the fact that like they like basically abandoned Craftopia, as far as I know, because it's still in early access, and then went and made Palworld. And like that game must have taken a couple of years to make, which means they've been making Palworld since like right after Craftopia launched. So like, have they even been doing like updates on Craftopia? And probably not. And maybe they have two teams, who knows? I'm sure Craftopia made enough money that they can do both. Like still, I don't know. It's just frustrating for me personally because of that. Play with two friends, and we all have different specs, so the loot gets shared nicely. The end game is actually, oh, sorry about that. They actually asset flip. I heard they have in-house artists. Well, I know that the pals are not asset flips, because I've like actually seen like direct like polygon to polygon comparisons of them, and they're not like they're all made. They're all like straight up like copied, right? They're like literally like copying designs from like Pokemon and stuff to make their own, which is fine. Who cares? I guess that's up to the like lawyers and like Nintendo to decide they want to sue them for that. Craftopia updates were literally beta tests for Palworld systems. Seriously? Palworld plays exactly like Craftopia. Yeah, so I actually think they did the exact same thing we're thinking about doing with Swords Magic. Like I really think they did the same thing. I think they made Craftopia and they're like, oh, what if we made this into like a creature taming game, and like did like the Nintendo or the Pokemon route. And I think they did the exact same thing where they just took that same game and then just added all the stuff on top of it that they wanted, so they didn't have to rebuild everything else. I heard none of the team knew how to develop games very well, and they made this game and learned on the job. And you know, that's admirable and that's fine, because neither did I. That's how I made Swords of Magic. Craftopia lets you capture monsters with the same mechanic. Interesting. So yeah, they probably did like build all of it and then just... See, that's weird to me. They released an update for Craftopia Alpha on the 24th, so they keep working on it. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, again, this is all just speculation and just me being like personally offended by things that I shouldn't be offended by. And I don't even have any like information on it, so I really shouldn't even be talking about it. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels, I guess it's just frustrating like watching a game come out that like doesn't feel quality. You know, not that Swords Magic feels like super high quality or anything, because it's indie too. Like it's still pretty rough around the edges, you know. But it's just, I don't know. It's just frustrating seeing our like 700 reviews after 3 years and like blood, sweat, and tears poured into it, and like, you know, 5 different developers, you know, doing everything they can to make this game work, and like reaching out to everywhere we can possibly think of to try to get people to pick up the game, and it just like flops, right? And now here we had to like fire the whole team and like the stuff, and then a game like Craftopia comes out and it's like, oh, look at all these assets we bought from the marketplace, like, isn't this cool? We put all these together for you to play this game. And then like that game blows up and makes millions, and you're just like, oh, well, why did I make all these assets myself? Sorry, I'm missing YouTube chat. It's your assets even if reused. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree, Sean. Yeah, I think you're a bit bitter about PAL's success. So I'm not bitter about PAL's success. Like, I think Palworld's fine. Like, I don't know. I'm bitter about Craftopia just because it released like literally within the same like couple days as Swords of Magic, and it was frustrating seeing an asset flip like do so much better. And it was kind of an eye-opener. It made me realize that like games are not necessarily about how much passion you have for the game. Like I think our players feel the passion, which is why we have a 92% review score. Like let's look at the Craftopia's review score. I'm just curious. I'm not trying to like hold on, we're pulling it up. And here I am promoting their game. So it has mixed reviews. Oh, these are recent though. We've had mixed recent reviews. Because sometimes you just get like a handful of negative reviews. They have 16,800 reviews for a $25 game, and it's at 78%. So when you have that many reviews, you're bound to get more negative reviews. And I guarantee if Swords Magic had 16,000 reviews, we'd probably be mostly positive with like 80 something percent too. Like I would assume that's probably gonna be the case. Maybe even worse. Who knows? But I do think that people can like feel the passion in Swords and Magic. Like they understand like, wow, this is like handcrafted by like a team who loved this game, you know, because we have like hundreds of lines of or thousands of lines of dialogue, you know, hundreds, and we have like 500 NPCs in the game, like all fresh, every single one has unique custom dialogue for them, and like personalities and like designs and everything. And like I just sort of feel like that was frustrating and kind of an eye-opener when I realized like games are not just like passion projects, games are not just like art pieces, and they're not just like people don't see all the effort that you put into them, and it does, and players don't care about that, you know. That was kind of like I think that's probably why I'm so bitter about it, is because it was sort of like that childhood like illusion of mine was like shattered when Craftopia came out, because it was like seeing both of our games that were like pretty similar in like what they were, and then suddenly like that one was like boom, blew up, and mine was like dead in the water. And I know there's a lot of factors that go into it. I'm sure like my art style probably doesn't help because it looks low quality, and I'm sure like the whole like blocky heads gives a very Minecraft vibe, so I'm sure people thought, oh, it's just a Minecraft clone, because a lot of people think that. So I know there's a lot of other factors that go into it, and maybe if our art style was more similar to Craftopia, because we couldn't afford to do that, because it would have taken me 4 times as long to make all the art for it. But you know, that's why they used assets. That's why they flipped assets to do it. So I know that part of it was just like that illusion shattered, to show like it doesn't matter about like if you make everything by scratch. It doesn't matter if like you actually care about the project or love the project, or if like it's your dream game or not. Like it, all it matters is like public perception, and if that means you have to like buy assets and flip assets, whatever, and like whatever, you know what I mean, like even just reuse code and stuff, like players don't care. They're just going to buy the game anyway, and it's going to blow up anyway. So that's probably why I'm bitter about that studio. That's probably the reason. What is an asset flip? I think an asset flip is just, yeah, reusing a ton of assets. Salty as F. Yeah, I am. Reusing assets you've already made. Yep, assets are 3D objects. Not necessarily 3D objects. You can actually reuse blueprints and stuff like that, code too. I do bitter too, man, don't worry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. No, yeah, I know. Palworld did something bold and it seemed to have paid off. Agreed. I'm okay. Personally, I don't like Craftopia and how like it blew up, because I don't think it was fair. But that's just me being salty, and I 100% will account to that. Like I know that like the way they made their game was fine. It's not a big deal. It's just me being frustrated. Have you ever debated calling it quits on Swords and Magic? What keeps you motivated to work on it? It's the only thing paying our bills right now. That's really what keeps me motivated. And that sounds terrible now, but like that's kind of what it is for me. Every once in a while, like probably like once or twice a month. Well, not even that. It's more than that. It's more like probably like one or 2 weeks out of the month, like half the month probably. I get like really motivated to work on it because it's fun to work on, right? I want to make new zones. I love pushing an update out and then watching people play it. But like we rarely get YouTube videos now, so like I mostly just watch CM Simpson play it on YouTube. That's like the only person who makes videos on it anymore, which sucks. Every once in a while I'll see a live stream and I get to watch people play it on live streams, so that's cool. That keeps me motivated a lot, is watching people play it. And we are about to do a big like key giveaway round where we're gonna give out a ton of keys to streamers and YouTubers and stuff, and try to promote some more, get some more eyes on it. But we're waiting till probably the treasure hunter update to go out, which is coming up soon, next month. Anyway, but yeah, I have debated calling quits. There's several times where I've been like at my wits end, like thinking just like maybe we just need to quit this and I need to do something else. The problem is like I can't just quit it, because I need to make money, and that's like my primary source of income. And at the same time, like I also don't want to give up, you know. I feel like there's like always the possibility of like it turning into like the whole Among Us thing, you know, where 3 years later it's someone like some big streamers would pick it up and be like, oh my god, how does no one know about this game, you know, like this is awesome. And then everyone's gonna start playing it, and then everyone else is gonna pick it up, and it's gonna blow up again. And so I feel like I want to make sure that when, if that ever happens, not when, if that ever happens, that like I put my best foot forward, right? And like we're prepared for that, and like the game is really solid and feels good. And so maybe that'll happen, you know. And so I just want to make sure like the game is still good, and not to mention we still have like a handful of like diehard fans, you know, playing it, and I want to like release more content for them and make sure that they can keep playing the game. And like I want to like fulfill my promises. You know, we promised like a bunch of different zones and a bunch of different features and stuff that are not done yet, and those are things I want to do because I just don't want to I don't want to quit, you know. So I'm probably going to keep working on Swords and Magic forever, or at least until like I'm satisfied with it, which might be forever or never. But I am going to have to switch gears here soon on other projects to make money, and that's just how it is. But I am looking at game dev a lot more. Right now, Zero, we're not doing anything. We're not doing any promotion right now because like we're getting ready to we're ramping up a big marketing push for this year. He's been streaming for 40 minutes and doesn't know what he's doing. I don't have plans yet. I'm trying to figure out which project to open. I think we should work on treasure hunting today. And I'm not even reading Twitch chat because I was trying to catch up on YouTube chat. Let me catch up on Twitch chat now. It will be funny though. Sorry to go back. But Unreal Stack says Palworld does something bold and it seems paid off. It will be funny, and I'm not wishing it like this on anybody because obviously again I'm bitter about my childhood innocence, I guess, been taken away from by Craftopia. But I'm not really bitter about the success of Palworld. In fact, I'm actually inspired by Palworld because that's what made me think why am I not just making a spin-off of Swords and Magic? Because that's basically what they did, is made a spin-off of Palworld, or of Craftopia essentially. And I just thought, why not just make a spin-off of Swords and Magic that might be a more marketable game that has more replayability and that is way easier to develop than building a new zone and 50 new quests and adding 50 new items. There's just so much work there in every single zone. And a survival open world building game, base building game, is not as much hand placed work, handcrafted work. It's more procedural work, kind of. Anyway, there's less work there, but so yeah, I'm actually inspired by Palworld, and I'm definitely not wishing any harm or ill toward that team or them at all. It just sucks that's what the public wants, is they don't care about the handcrafted stuff, but that's fine. Anyway, but it will be kind of funny when people are oh, it is something bold and it's amazing. It will be kind of funny if they get sued into the ground from Nintendo for doing something bold. I hope that doesn't happen, because I do think that they have something unique. I don't think that Nintendo should be able to own, monster taming. Though I do think Palworld should have been more careful about some of their PAL designs. Just to be safe, they should have been. Not trying to argue, but I do disagree that the art style, graphics, fidelity do not matter much. I think in most cases, from my experience. Oh, hold on, I'm back up. The whole argument the graphics matter so much, really they don't at all. Oh no, they 100% do. Monkey sucks. As an artist, I'm a little bit biased because I'm an artist, but I 100% believe that a game art. Okay, the way I see it is, I think art sells a game, and the mechanics win review scores, right? So if you don't have the art style, if you don't have a cohesive, good-looking art style that makes people click on your thumbnail on Steam or whatever, or your capsule image on Steam, and then hit purchase the game because of the art style, still having the mechanics there and saying yeah, this is this game, it has this thing and this thing and this thing, you can do this and this and this in it. If you don't have that, you're not going to sell the game either. But I truly believe that 90% of sales are because of your art style, right? Because no one can play the game to see if it feels good until they bought it. Then your mechanics, if you have terrible mechanics but a great art style, then people are going to play the game, refund it, and leave a negative review, right? So your mechanics keep players hooked, and they get you a good review score, and they keep the money in your pocket. But the art style brings them in the first place. That's just how it is, and I can almost attest to that. Because when I started streaming Swords and Magic, I had no viewers, and then as soon as I was you know what, I need to make this game look better, and we spent a couple of weeks doing art for it and adding a bunch of art and stuff in, that's when my viewers suddenly jumped. I started actually getting viewers when people could see the art style of the game, and that's when it all came together. So I can almost attest to that, hands down, that art style 100% sells a game. So I do think the art matters a lot. Plus But it doesn't necessarily mean you can't do it without art. Like RimWorld is like a huge success, and the art style is very, very simple and very basic. Dwarf Fortress is a really good example, right? Like that game is basically no art at all, right? And it's still huge. Rogue is really like huge because like roguelikes have like come from them, so it was obviously a very inspiring game, and that has obviously no art either. So team audiences in general love survival and zombie games. Probably played a big part in that. Yeah, for sure. It's that old thing, players don't care the passion behind it, the engine used, the time poured into it. Other devs look and see the work, they'll love the passion. Yeah, totally agreed. But I didn't realize that. Like going into this, I didn't realize that was because like when you're learning game dev, you start appreciating all the game dev aspects, you know, like, wow, like people put so much work into this. I didn't realize that opening a door required so much effort to build that system, and I've always taken it for granted. So I think like when you start seeing that as like a new dev, you start like really appreciating it. And then you see like how much work it is to like make your own asset from scratch, code it all from scratch. And it just like feels good to like know you've done all that stuff. Oh, and there's an ad. Matt's biggest issue is with Craftopia is that literally zero effort went into a Western localization. I think more effort than you think did. If you can read it in English at all, that's pretty good. So I have 40 seconds for an ad. And I have like no subs in chat, so I know like no one can hear me. Oh snap, there's a gifted sub. Zefirio, I'm assuming you're subbed, so I'm thanking you in case you can still hear me. Oh, wait. What? Oh, and then there was a raid. Oh my god, I'm so far behind. Yay. Anyway, thank you so much for the gifted sub, and I will thank people for the raid in 3 seconds. I'm still trying to catch up. Okay, welcome back, guys. So Zero says actually an asset flip is buying a set from the store with some code, put it together, compile, and sell it. You know what? You're 100%. The original like asset flip was when people would do that. Like they'd release like here's a template project from on Unreal or something, and people would literally download the template project, compile it, put it up on Steam, and sell it. That's an asset flip. That's like the original asset flip. I think a lot of people now will look at like they've like twisted that term. You're right, and I do it myself because I think nowadays it's more like how much of this game did they actually make, or is it just a bunch of assets that they flipped, right? So I think it's okay to stretch the term a little bit, but if there's like now there's like a gray area, right? Because like you can definitely use all assets for a game. For example, that Quinfall MMO, I just watched the whole video on it, how like every single bit of their marketing footage is all like every single little bit of it is like purchased assets, including the characters and stuff. And so like that's looking a little sketchy, right? Like when you're trying to market an MMO and you're like, look at all this cool stuff we've done, and it's like all assets you purchased, all effects you purchased, all characters you purchased, all animations you purchased. It's like, I don't know if you should be trusted with my money, you know? Like I don't know if we should be buying games when like people are literally just stitching together pieces from the marketplace. That said, like there's nothing wrong with that. Like there's nothing wrong with using assets as long as your gameplay backs it up. But oh, it opened over here. Every day that I follow say that games is about gameplay mechanics and visuals are in second. Today I personally think that the crafted with passion aspect of it will work with a small fraction of the community. That's maybe enough to pay the bills. Yeah, like here's the problem. We can have like let's say we have 1,000 really dedicated players that absolutely love our game, and like having that 1,000 people who really love and support you is awesome. But unless you can like hook them into, and this is going to sound really manipulative, but this is how marketing works. Unless you can like convince them to, or hook them into like paying monthly for something like a Patreon sub or something, then it doesn't matter like that you have that dedicated fan base, because once you sell your game one time, they're not going to keep paying for it every month, right? So even if you have 1,000 people who absolutely are obsessed with your game and they think it's the best thing they've ever played, and they tell their friends about it or whatever, like, yeah, that might help you get some sales, and that's like word of mouth used to be huge and it's still awesome, but like doesn't seem to be as big as it used to be. It's probably not going to pay your bills every month, right? Because even if a quarter of those people get someone else to pay it, to buy it, then a quarter of those people get someone else to buy it, that is eventually going to trickle down too. So you're going to run out of money. And so like, yes, like that passion and like those people's like dedicated fans are important. And I do think, like I said, having like our review score so high, I think is because they can feel the passion in our game. It's not because the art style is amazing, right? Like in Craftopia or whatever. It's not like, oh, this looks just like Breath of the Wild. That's not why we have good review scores, right? Because our game looks totally unique. And that's probably also not why we have good review scores. Though people do like the art style, because it's refreshing, I think, and new. But I think the reason is because they can feel it, right? They play the game and they feel that like handcrafted like passion, like, wow, everything is like unique and interesting and different and like cared for, you know? So I do think you can get high review scores because of it. And I think that the high review score will translate to sales, which is why I think for 3 years we've been able to coast on sales from Swords of Magic, which is awesome. But yeah, I don't think that like having a dedicated fan base of people who play your game pays your bills necessarily, because they're not paying you every month, right? So they can pay your bills one time and that's about it. And that's the problem. Your comments, hey, your comment a few streams ago about using data assets instead of structures helped me a lot. Hey, cool. Xthors, you're like literally the second person that came in and like said that today. I'm glad I spread some good information. Maybe I should make a YouTube video about that one day. I don't think you should give up. You've worked too hard for too long and sacrificed a lot to make this thing work. I believe you should see it through for as long as you can. Yeah, and that's the plan. I'm not planning on quitting. There are 0 plans to quit Swords of Magic right now. However, that said, I do think there comes a time when you do have to say, okay, this passion project I'm working on is not working. It's not making money. So I have to start working on other things as well. And so if that means working on a survival game to like pay the bills, I'll do that. Dwarvenhold was supposed to be that. But I also know, and this could be my toxic, you know, like trait of like wanting to like give up on a project, move on to something new. But I also know when to call it quits on a project. I've done a lot of game jams where I've like, this is such a great idea. Oh my God, this is gonna be genius. This is gonna be huge. Like I'm gonna turn this around and like sell this on Steam after I do this game jam. And then I'll play it at the result of it. And I'm like, oh, you know, it seemed like a really good idea, but now that I'm like playing it, it's really not fun. And it's gonna be a ton of work to make it fun. And while sometimes that's worth the effort, I really don't know if it's worth the effort with Dwarvenhold. So I've been really racking my brain about like, should I keep doing this or not? And I think that Dwarvenhold was a good little prototype project. I'm really glad I didn't spend a ton of time making custom art for it. I feel bad Ray Euthmus did. But he promised me he'd sell those assets when he was done. So now he's got a nice little asset pack to sell. He better sell them anyway. Because I just don't think I don't think that's where it is. I don't think Dwarvenhold is going to be huge. One, I think the strategy market is going to be pretty, it's a little niche, but like, I know it's a popular market, but I don't fit into it. And I don't think that I know how to make games in there. And it's not similar enough to other strategy games to like be a hit. Not that it needs to be a hit, but I just don't think it's going to be like a huge seller either. It's too unique and too weird. And it's not like, it's also too slow paced. It's just kind of bad. It's just like a poor design. It was a good idea in theory, but then like a lot of the times you make a prototype for a game, it might take you a month to make that prototype, and then you find out it's not going to work. And I really think that's what happened with Dwarvenhold. I love the name of it. I love the logo. I love the idea of the game, but like the game's just not going to work. And I prototyped it out to try it, and it just didn't work. So, and I want to do the same thing with the survival game now. You know, like we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna prototype it out. We're gonna see if it's fun, and if it's not fun, then we'll scrap it and move on to something else. It's just game dev. Have you considered contacting Mad Mushroom for S&M or a game or a new game? Seems like a publisher that could be cool to work with. Since they're very streamer focused, being owned by OTK. Yeah, we even looked into it. There were a couple of things about Mad Mushroom that we didn't like, Jana and I did, but maybe we'll look again. I say you shouldn't feel indebted to Swords and Magic. You have a family to care for. Agreed. Yeah, Swords and Magic. I have to disconnect myself from Swords and Magic sometimes because it's been my life for like the last 6 years, right? And that's a long time to like invest in something, you know. Imagine being in a relationship with something where you pour literally like 8 hours a day into that relationship and then break up, right? Like it's really hard. It would be really hard to get over that. Like my longest relationship that didn't work was like a year and a half, and that was rough, right? And I didn't spend 8 hours a day with that person, so I couldn't imagine like just quitting Swords and Magic and being like, I'm done working on that. Like that's not going to happen. So it's going to take a while. However, disconnecting my like passion for the project and like that dream game feeling from Swords and Magic is something I need to be working on, because eventually I'm going to have to give up on Swords and Magic. Like maybe not give up, but eventually I'm going to stop working on it, right? I have to move on to other things. For example, if the survival game thing like works out for some reason and like blows up, I'm obviously not going to just be like, okay, no, now I have money, so I'm going to stop working on the survival game and I'm work on this game again. Like I'll do that, but I'm not going to like quit the survival game. So there's going to have to be a shift in like, okay, Swords and Magic is going to be a passion project that I work on the side, and this is the new full-time job. And I'm okay with that. I think that's fine. That's like, game dev is not about like working on the same project forever. At least it was never supposed to be like that for me. Plus we'll get a sick crafting survival game out of it. Taking a break and looking at alternative options for revenue is smart. Yeah, and I think a spin-off game is a smart move too, personally. But you have a marketing campaign planned. That's an important aspect. Most of AAA budget goes into marketing, and it's not by accident. Oh yeah, totally agree. Indies have less budget, but should still think about it, unless you already have a huge community. Yeah, and we don't. And I think I 100% agree. And I know I'm so far behind on chat, guys, and I'm also trying to catch up on Twitch now, so I can get back to YouTube. So I'm not trying to ignore anyone. I'm just slowly catching up. I wish ill towards Palworld, to be honest. Oh, Faith. I thought you were just the one telling me that you don't have to, like, you were like promoting it. Like you were telling me that I should play it even though it has guns. Why do you wish ill on him? Anyway, Zero, yeah, I agree. I think one of my problems is, one, I don't like doing marketing stuff. I don't like making YouTube videos. I don't like sending out, emails to people. Like I got into making games because I wanted to like make stuff work. You know what I mean? Like I like the puzzle of like, oh, I want this character to jump. How do I make that happen? Like that's really fun to me, and I like building cool stuff. And so like when it comes to like, all right, now I built some cool stuff, now I have to sell that cool stuff. That's not as much fun, right? I don't want to be a salesman. And like another reason, like I really think that maybe going to a publisher is a really good idea. So yeah. That idea for your treasure hunting mechanic, by the way. Oh my god, I'm so far behind. There was a raid. Royku, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. I'm literally still trying to catch up on chat from before you raided. I'm gonna have to start skipping messages. I'm sorry, guys. Why is it so busy in here today? What's going on? What was your idea? Well, what if while you're digging, you gather a stackable soil item, which you can sift at a crafting type station? Finding materials, or well, that's actually a really cool idea. To reward you for not finding treasure, as well as finding, or looking for like a reward for failing. Yeah, that's actually a really cool idea, Monkey Socks. I'll keep that in mind for sure. That wouldn't be too difficult to do. Like we can easily just like repurpose like the seed maker for that. Like that'd be pretty quick to do. For the defisherator. If after 3 years Nintendo hasn't been able to shut them down, it's because they can't. Yeah, Zero agreed. I've told people before, they've been promoting this game for a while. Though I don't think Nintendo's had like full access to the assets now. Like they can literally go in and like rip the assets from the game now and compare them 1-to-1 to see if there's something there to sue. Where I don't think they had that sort of, they didn't have those resources at their disposal before. So I don't know. I still think there could be a lawsuit there, and they could be building up for it. But I don't think it's gonna happen. I think Nintendo is gonna look at this as like, we have to step up our game to make a better game now. I think that's all that's gonna happen from it, and hopefully they do. And if they don't, then more games like Palworld are gonna come out, and Nintendo's gonna, or like Pokemon's gonna get abandoned. Not abandoned, but like people are gonna start shifting focus from it. It'll make less money. What I'm seeing in the market is the opposite, games selling by its mechanics. Well, I don't think so, Lycos. I think the games will be picked up by like a streamer because of the mechanic idea or something, or promoted or something, and then like it'll be really big because of the mechanic. And that's definitely can happen. But how many games 14,000 games launched last year? How many of them do you think had amazing art styles? You know, versus how many of them had amazing mechanics? If you don't have an amazing art style to hook people into buying a game, they're not going to know about your amazing mechanics. No one can look at a Steam page and go, wow, this gameplay is so good. I love how this game feels. You're just not going to sell a game that way. The only way you're going to sell a game like that is if you get really lucky and a big streamer or YouTuber or someone picks up your game and plays it for whatever reason, because you promoted it or somehow, somewhere down the road that happened. And then they tell their fans, wow, this is amazing. And they play it for 3 days or whatever. That's the only way it's going to happen. Like, mechanics don't sell games. The only way you're going to sell a game with mechanic is if you're like, hey, cool, look, guess what? I just made this game where you can do this like crazy, insane thing, right? Where like you have to have such a unique, interesting mechanic that's never been done before, and you have to promote the hell out of that. And then again, you're not going to sell it by someone scrolling through a Steam page and looking at it. You're going to sell it by a YouTuber going, wow, this sounds like a cool mechanic. I'm going to try this. And your thumbnail on Steam is not going to tell people what that crazy mechanic is. So like, you gotta, yeah, I don't know. I'm so far behind still. We're scrolling down. Roku, thank you so much for the raid again. I already heard the raid thank you earlier. Okay, cool. Because I didn't have ads, but I want to hear the secondary thank you as well. Cool. Double thanks, yay, and you're welcome. Hello, this is why I like my under 3 viewers stream, because I don't want my chat to explode. Yeah, this is the most viewers I've had in a while, which is weird. I don't know why. I just randomly go from like 20 viewers up to like 50 viewers down to, I don't know. I don't get it. But anyway, thanks for the stream. Thanks for the raid. Hope your stream was well. If you want to share what you're working on, feel free. I'm still trying to catch up on chat, but I'm probably not going to get through here. Personally disagree on Dwarven Hold. I think a survival game is the way to go. Yeah. Oh, personally agree on Dwarven Hold. Yeah. Yeah, I think the survival game is way up my alley. I play almost every survival game that comes out. We played Green Hell. I played Conan like crazy. I still play Conan every once in a while. We played Frozen Flame. We played, like, I don't know, we play a ton, like almost every survival like base building game that comes out we play, because it's like that's our cup of tea. Jan and I love those games. Like Matt loves those games. Like we all play those games together. Like almost every single one that comes out we play those. Except Palworld. I don't play Palworld for reasons we talked about. On S&M and Survive, what's gonna be different? We can talk about that if you want, Maz. You're still in here. But I never said that. You mistook me for a Palworld fan. I don't own the game. I dislike guns. Wasn't that you, Faith, that was saying like at the end of the end game that you don't get guns till the end of the game? Someone else said that? Anyway. Oh, they've been playing Palworld and post beta. Oh, never mind then. Are you catching up? And I keep answering and coming back to stuff you answered. You have 2 options then if you want to do the thins and not care about the selling part. You can have a job that pays the bills. Yep, agreed. Oh yeah, I know. I've already learned this, Zero. I've done this. I've been doing this for 5 years. I know how to make this work. It's just I don't want to do it, right? That's the thing, is like it's hard. Yeah, agreed. You have to learn to sell it. Just have Kindred Games play your games, big streamer exposure. Yeah, okay. Well, you started a spicy topic. I did. Oh, Pumpkin Days, was that you that was saying it maybe? No, it wasn't me. It was probably Pumpkin Days. I don't know why you guys both have similar colored names, so I might have just confused you when you were talking about that. I'm being slandered. I'm sorry, Faith. It's true that you don't get guns in Palworld till basically endgame. True, yeah. Okay, I'm caught up mostly. I know I skipped things. I'm sorry, guys. If I skipped your messages, you can ping me again if it was important. Feels like there is very much a meta right now for popular games being cozy co-op survival games type with stylized art. Can you next hold on, next Trios? Oh god, that is so hard to say. I'm sorry. Next Trios? Do you have, like, what games are you talking about? Because I'd like to agree with you, but I'm curious what if you have like examples, just like for inspiration or just like to know about. I'm curious, would you ever work on a game inspired by an existing IP that would sell millions because of the existing fan base, or work on a passion project that doesn't do quite as well? Oh, are you asking if I'd rather? It depends on what it is. Like, I would probably like commit atrocious acts if I got to work on like an Avatar game, right? The Last Airbender. That would be amazing. Especially if it was like an MMO, right? An MMO Avatar game would be like the coolest thing in the world to work on, I think. Also, like Dragon Prince is like a huge thing I love lately, even though me and Jan are still not through the last season because life gets in the way and there's so many things to do. Avatar MMO would be wild, right? I've literally dreamed about that since I watched like the first episode of the show. Like I think I was playing World of Warcraft when it first like dropped on Nickelodeon, and so I think that was like always like a connection for me. But yeah, so I have like there's a lot of like IPs out there that I would pay to work on, right? Like that would be so cool to make a game in like some of those worlds. That said, if someone asked me to like work on, I'm trying to think of like a Call of Duty game or something, and it was really good money, I would probably do it because for two reasons. One, the money, right? It's like it would just be nice to have like a nest egg, to have some like money saved up so I can quit one day and work on what I want to work on again, and my family doesn't have to like struggle or like live at a lesser level or whatever because of my choices to just keep working on indie games. So like, yeah, I would go get a job, and if someone offered me a job, and I've applied a couple of places and been denied. But if I could find a job in the industry making really good money, like 60K a year, right? 60 to 80K a year, I'd probably do it because that would just be nice to have that kind of money to like just, you know, go do things. Also for the experience, because I think working in a big AAA studio and seeing how things are run in like a big studio with like lots of cogs turning and stuff would be really helpful to run my own studio because I've never had that experience. So like, if I ever want to hire a team again, it would be nice to know like how are big teams managed in like big studios like that. So I just have a better idea of how to do that. Luckily, we had Jana on the team who has managed big teams, so a lot of our structure came from her experience doing that, and I know that helped a lot. So thanks, Jana. Anyway, it says it's not officially supported. Wait, what did I miss? I was playing on my Steam Deck the other day. Oh yeah, so Swords of Magic is also not officially supported. It says it plays, but it's not like recommended or whatever. So that happens a lot. I would say try it. If it doesn't work, you can refund. I've been playing it on my Steam Deck. What is not supported is doesn't have a built-in keyboard to type stuff. Yeah, so neither does Swords of Magic. So you need to bring up the Steam Deck's keyboard type stuff, but it's not that big of a deal. The actual gameplay, when I played it for about 2 to 3 hours. Are you guys talking about Palworld on Steam Deck? Or Enshrouded? I honestly would try Palworld, but it doesn't run on Steam Deck, so it's dead. Oh, okay. So that said, Enshrouded does play on gamepad, so I'm pretty sure you can play it on Steam Deck. It's just gonna be naming your character. There's no like typing in the game, which is weird. There's no like chat in the game, so it does run, but it does run. I'm sure it would run on Steam Deck, Enshrouded would, because I played it on gamepad from my laptop in the living room while watching the baby. That said, I don't like playing on gamepad, and I would probably not recommend playing on gamepad to anyone, and I probably wouldn't play it on my Steam Deck because of that. So, okay, let's open up. We're working now. Look at us go. There are a few I've seen blow up on Twitter. Can't remember that most of them. The main one is still. Oh my god. You wanna here? You know what's funny? Let me see if I can pull it up actually. Trello. Speaking of solar punk boards. Okay, let me show you. These are my Trello boards. Right here, there's one called Solarpunk Base Builder. Base building. When was this card made? December 27th, 2022. So I started designing a Solarpunk Base Builder game, survival base builder game, in 2022 because I was like, Solarpunk is a new thing that's like gonna blow up soon, and there is definitely 100% a market for like a Solarpunk base builder game. So I had this crazy idea for a base builder game where like the world's kind of like dying or whatever. and you are like planting seeds and growing things, kind of like oh, there's another game that does that. I can't think what it's called now. It's like I can see it. Can't think what it's called. Either way, there's another game that does that where you're like a druid and you're like planting seeds and stuff. It's supposed to be a really good game. I have not played it yet. Anyways, like I had this whole idea for a game. It was all about base building, multiplayer. Like you had like little like solar punk like sci-fi like robot looking guys that would like hold seeds for you and oh god, what's the term, whatever. Anyway, like you like grow them there and then you transfer them to like the ground when they're ready to grow and stuff. Like I had this whole thing planned out and I was like, this is gonna be amazing. I'm gonna start working on this. It was like literally like 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later or something, I don't know what it was, after I like decided I was gonna like start working on this, that they announced Solarpunk as like the game. And I was so mad. Johnny Appleseed's Last Stand, free title. What is Solarpunk? Someone explain. Solarpunk is like, you've heard of cyberpunk, right? So cyberpunk is like a dystopian future where everything has become very much like technology driven, you know, and like lots of like cybernetic enhancements and things like that, right? Like lots of like technology has like become, you know, the way of life, which is like the direction we're headed. We're headed toward a cyberpunk future. But solarpunk is like the opposite of that, where instead of heading toward like the cyberpunk future, we have drastically fixed the planet, or we're course correcting and fixing the planet, and everything is driven on like solar power and growing plants, like keeping like the world is like full of like life and plant skin. If you Google Solarpunk, you'll see a lot of pictures. Yeah, Pumpkin Days. I saw your Solarpunk game. Absolutely love your Solarpunk game. Super inspired by it. And yeah, I think more Solarpunk games need to exist. In fact, after I realized that my Solarpunk game was literally like stolen from me. No, it wasn't really stolen. It's just someone else had the same idea and they brought it to market way faster than I could have because I had another project going on, which is fine. But I was a little bit bitter about that. So I'm actually going to be scrapping that base builder idea because that's taken now. Though I do think there's room for 2 Solarpunk base builder games. I just don't want to be riding the coattails of that one. Which really sucks because that game like blew up on Twitter and is like making, yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I had another idea for a lunar punk game, which is also a genre, but it's like way more niche. Like it's not really blowing up at all. Like solar punk is just getting like popular, but like lunar punk is like totally not even existent. Like it's like barely anything at all. And so I was like, maybe I should like make a game in like a lunar punk style. And so that's what I can't think what name it was. It was like another just prototype idea that I had that I was like, I want to make like a top-down like RPG thing. And after like kind of planning it out, we realized like this is probably not a good idea. It's going to take a lot of work to do this, and I just kind of scrapped the idea. It's still sitting on the back burner, but I don't think anything's going to come of it. Anyway, we're gonna go. Oh, got turned around. We're gonna go over to Sleepy Haven. And we're gonna load in Sleepy Haven stuff. I should have just opened tier 1. So yeah, I think that the survival base building game is a good idea, especially as a spin-off of Swords of Magic, because of a couple reasons. One, we have an existing audience already that I think would be interested in it, obviously, because it's Swords of Magic. 2, I love the idea that we can play on the same lore, because like this would be like, to make like a survival base building game, you kind of have to have like an open empty world for people to like survive in. It's pretty hard to like justify a survival game when you have like towns around every corner and you can just, you know, like, oh, I'm just gonna sleep in this inn. Like that's not surviving, right? That's just, there's no survival in that. And so like obviously we have to like, it has to be a time where Sleepy Haven and Alarin City and like the Ire and stuff didn't exist. So either we could go way in the future and do like a dystopian thing like Enshrouded did, where it's like dystopian medieval future, where they're medieval fantasy future, where they're like everything's been wiped out for some reason, like plague or whatever. Or you do the past before anything existed. And so my idea was like, well, we talk a lot about the original. Man, it looks like the Roblox engine. No. This is also 426. It's pretty outdated now. But yeah, no, I don't think that it looks anything like the Roblox engine. You could also go with the root. What engine do you use, Raven? That looks so much cooler than the Roblox engine. Explore new lands, same access to races. No. Wait, you could also go with the route of King Owen sent out an expedition party for more shards prior to his disappearance. To the Shardlands? Shards are gone. The only shards left are in the Shardlands. So that it has to be in the Shardlands, which would work, but the Shardlands are like meant to be like purple and like mystical and stuff, and I just think that'd be boring to have like one biome in a whole survival game. Unreal does have resemblance to the Roblox engine, I guess, but in the same way that any engine would. Yeah, agreed. Like Unity would also. I'm not saying it looks cooler, I'm just surprised that engine looks similar to each other. I don't think I have the Roblox engine installed anymore. Oh yeah, my search bar doesn't work anymore. I don't know why that stopped working. I had the Roblox engine installed because Abby wanted to learn it, so I was trying to like, we were trying to figure it out together, but it's like, it's way over her head, so I was like, yeah, sorry, you're not old enough for this yet. But I had it installed at one point. I don't think I do anymore. Roblox Studio. Should we open it? Your broker. Okay, so it's got to be the last a Windows update or something. Mine just broke the other day. It's really annoying. Oh, it's out of date. Okay. Anyway, I'm just curious how similar it is, because last I looked at this, it was not similar at all. I somewhat picture the Swords of Magic survival base building type of game being like Lego Fortnite. Yeah, that's actually a really good point too. Lego Fortnite's actually really popular too. And also a big survival base building thing. Yeah, so here's what I was thinking. I like the idea that it's set way in the past and you play as Novakin, or like the Star Children that we talk about. Like, so if you played Swords of Magic and you've gone to the Astral Realm or into the Astral Forge and you read the books and stuff in there, there's a race of people who were here long before the four races that kind of like, you know, did their thing. Like the four races that are still existent now, and they were basically like star people, right? Like they were like made of like ethereal like star essence or whatever. I don't know. I haven't like honed in on that yet. So the idea is you'd play those people first inhabiting Tyrwin, and you're building all of the ruins, all the like astral ruin stuff that you are now discovering in Swords Magic. And so the idea is also their arch enemy was the Shade, and that's why they left Tyrwin, is because, or well, now named Tyrwin, back then didn't have a name yet. But that's why they left Tyrwin, is because the Shade invaded and they couldn't defeat them, right? So then there's like books and lore and stuff about this in Swords Magic already. So the idea is you play this new race of people and you're building a civilization in a new world. I don't know why yet. That's like part of like the whole design theory that I don't really know yet. Like, what is the lore behind that? Like, why are they here? How did they get here? Where did they come from? Do they just appear here? Do they live on a meteorite somewhere and then like the meteorite broke up coming in the atmosphere and just like scatter them all over, and now you're like growing this or building the civilization? I don't know. That's kind of like works for me. I think I'm okay with that. Like something like that. I guess Roblox is not going to open. That's okay. There's so many Sleepy Haven levels. I just realized, okay, we're not doing this. This is going to be annoying. And since we're just talking anyway, we're just going to open tier 1. Don't say. Go to task manager and restart. I've already restarted my whole computer. Someone posted a screenshot of Roblox Studio. I guess I could just Google it. Yeah. Oh, actually, okay, so did they recently get a dark mode? Okay, here's what I remember seeing last time I looked at this. Oh, no. Hold on. Okay, well, here's a terrible, no, hold on, let's do this instead. Okay, last time I looked at Roblox Studio, this is what it looked like, which looks nothing like Unreal Engine, in my opinion. But there are screenshots like this now. So I guess I can see the similarities now. Though I think this looks more like, I think this looks a little bit more like, not necessarily Unity, but it looks more like, oh god, what's the other name? What's the Godot than Unreal Engine. But I do see the similarities now. That's interesting. Dark mode should be in every software. Just saying. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Okay, so yeah, the idea is so Enshrouded and a couple other games have like a very big focus on like milestones being boss fights. And while I like that in theory, I don't like the idea of having to make a bunch of new boss fights because it's a lot of work, and also like I'm not good at AI stuff. So I want to play to my strengths if we're going to do the survival thing. So what I'm thinking is we actually make this a little more casual, and we go with like more of a like building up your civilization approach. We're obviously going to have combat because we're just going to use Maz's combat system here to build for us, right? You have to restart Explorer even though you rebooted your endpoint. It's related to Windows being a jerk. Okay, I allowed that for you. So yeah, I just don't see any reason to like not use the systems we already have in Swords and Magic that work. Like the combat is like one of the best parts of Swords and Magic, and it's changed a lot since like day one, but still like it's still a good system and it feels really good. And a lot of people are like, wow, it's so smooth. Like even in multiplayer, it's really smooth. Though we are getting like more issues with like ping and stuff now with like dedicated servers and like, you know, stuff, but and the game getting bigger. But the survival game will be a lot smaller. There won't be a ton of stuff on screen at all times. So like it'll be a lot more lightweight, I think, which is good. And we could actually like, I'm not making any promises at all, but we could actually aim toward a console release for the survival game because it's like we have full controller support now. The only thing we need is an on-screen keyboard if we're going to do that, which we can. I've made one before. We can do it again. We can definitely do it. What's up, Mal? What are your plans for the strategy game now? The strategy game, I've decided it's on hold at this point, potentially shelved. The only way I'm going to work on it again is if I just get the urge to work on it. If I'm just like, I want to work on that today, then I'll do that. But for the most part, I've decided I just don't think it's my type of game. It's not the right direction for me and Kindred Games in general. And I just don't think, I can't justify it because I don't think that I can pull it off. It's too unique to be like to fit into the strategy niche, I think, and so I don't think it's gonna be successful. I think it's gonna be a flop, and I don't want to waste another like couple months on it like trying to make it more fun because of that. And so I just don't think that it's worth working on. So it was a nice little prototype, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be removing the channels from the Discord, and we'll probably just be taking it down. So it's kind of just life, I guess, you know. It sucks, but sort of what it is. Learning programming, started with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I work as IT. Recommendations on getting an internship. I couldn't help you. Never had an internship. Never had a job in AAA. Anything. Sag Dwarvenhold. I know. I mean, there's a demo up there. I guess I could throw what I have up there right now onto like itch or something. If I get a wild hair. I hate that phrase because like the rest of the phrase is disgusting. But if I ever like get the urge, maybe I will maybe I'll throw it up on itch.io and just like drop it on there for free. But I know you guys paid $100 for the Steam license, so I plan on using that for the next project, so we won't be asking for money for that. That we'll move that along. But and I know a lot of you guys wanted to see it on Steam, but I just don't think it's worth it. You know, like I don't want to spend $100 on Steam so we can make like, you know, $50 back. I just don't think it's going to make any money. It's just not a big game. It's going to, if we sell it, it's going to be like $3, right? So I think we wait. My Little Heroine Maker? Nope. No, you guys want to hear the working title for it? I don't like it much, but it is a working title, and I needed a title to rename the old project to, so we just decided to like go. I just decided to go for it. The working title is Starlight Builders, which is just, it's a little too sci-fi for me. So that's, yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm looking for, I need to turn off, I guess we can turn that off. We can turn that off. We can turn Delver's Pass off. Seasonal. Okay, that should give us some frames. So yeah, the working title is Starlight Builders. It's just because like I wanted something to do with like the whole astral thing, and I also wanted to capture the idea that it's like a building like crafting game. And so I just thought maybe that would be a good idea. Is this the survival game you discussed a few days ago? Oh yeah, so Mal, Dwarvenhold was a strategy like prototype I put together. It's like a lane-based strategy RTS game kind of. That's the one being scrapped. The survival base building game, the Starlight Builders one, as of now, is a spin-off of Swords of Magic, and that's the one I'm thinking we're gonna prototype next. Until we find it, we're gonna keep doing this until we find a game that like clicks and I think is gonna work. And it needs to be like something that I can knock out in a relatively short amount of time. Even though we could have had Dwarvenhold finished by now, I realize that I know I'm not perfect. we're all trying to figure out this crazy game dev stuff right now. It's a weird, I don't know, it's weird right now because of Swords and Magic and stuff. It's like hard to find. This is interesting. Why do we have 2 signs here? Anyway, it's weird to try to like work on Swords and Magic and then jump to the other projects and like also doing like the game dev stuff the game dev TV stuff and also like the Arcane Toy Box stuff. Like I have too much stuff going on, and so it's hard to like keep focused on one thing. So I need a better plan of attack. So we're probably actually going to put after February, I'm probably going to put Arcane Toy Box on hold for a little while. I'm gonna get a bunch of assets out in February for the whole like challenge thing, and then I'm probably gonna put that on hold for a while because it's one of those things that I'm at to like I don't know. It's one of those things I need to like be working on every day to like build up momentum on. So it's something I don't really want to put on hold, but at the same time, like I need to find things to drop so I can focus my time in other places that are more lucrative. And shaded, oh my god, resist the shade and take back the land. Yeah, I'm sure that'll work really well. I'm sure that no one's gonna get upset about that. He needs a thimble of water with like tons of ice. Sorry, I have water. All my ice melted. You pay for a new Steam page? I don't care what game it is. Okay, fair. Is freelance viable? Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question too. I've also tried looking into freelance stuff and I found a couple gigs, but like nothing like substantial. So I think freelance is probably viable, but I can colonize the North is North, or what is the world limits? I think North is North will be available. Yeah, Matt. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking right now. But I know we just opened Swords and Magic and we're supposed to be working on the treasure hunter stuff, but we're talking about the survival game, so let's just talk about it. What I'm thinking is you're gonna spawn, and I hate to do this because like I know you guys have already explored the hell out of like farmlands and stuff, but I think it would make the most sense to spawn in here in this area, right? So I'm probably going to rebuild the whole map from scratch. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll just start with like the tier 1 terrain and we'll go from there. And then we'll just kind of like change things. Cause obviously a lot has to change. It's been thousands of years. So a lot of stuff should change. So I'm thinking you'll start somewhere around like Sleepy Haven area. Cause it's kind of like a good neutral center zone. Maybe even like over here. I don't know. Maybe you'll start in like what becomes Black Rook Vale. Who knows? But you're gonna start like in a pretty peaceful zone because that makes sense. Grass, I'm working with GDTV. They're how I got my start. I'm now interviewing for gameplay programmer positions. So you'll teach a ton of people and help even more. That's awesome, Mal. That's really cool to hear. Yeah, I have a friend who started working with them, and then I actually did a small level design course for them, which got like really poorly received, to be honest. Like a lot of people were like, this isn't really worth the money. But I had very little to do with it. I kind of just like did a course, like it was a real quick thing. But now I'm doing like a full-on course with them. I'm just trying to get more time to like work on it. But yeah, I'm hoping in the next like couple months it'll be out. So yeah, and it's for modeling, so not programming, but still. Anyway, so yeah, what I'm thinking is you'll start in like a relatively peaceful area somewhere in the middle of the world. You will be able to explore freely where you want, but we're gonna put enemies in. Obviously, there's gonna be enemies in each zone, and they're gonna get harder and harder. I think that, and then we might actually do like I kind of like the idea of environmental hazards too. So if you go to the north, it's going to get cold, you'll freeze, and then you'll die, right? So you don't want to go there until you're ready. And then also in the desert, you'll get too hot and you'll die. How do you prevent that? I haven't decided yet. Bone Reach will probably be the same thing. If we even do Bone Reach, we might not have Bone Reach. Maybe Bone Reach is like underwater. Who knows? Oh, Azure snoozed for 5 minutes. That was nice of someone snoozing for some. I don't know how that Az got snoozed. We have 5 minutes to explain this. Okay, so what I'm thinking is the end goal is to get back to, or to get to the astral realm. My idea is there's like a couple, like there's a couple other NPCs you can talk to in the game. I think that makes sense to have a few NPCs. We already have the system. We may as well have them. So I think that there will be like many Novakin, which is what I'm calling them right now, even though it's very close to Nova Kid from Starbound. So we'll see what happens. So there'll be like many of the Novakin around that have like also like were born or landed or whatever, because I want NPCs in the game. And so you'll like talk to like one of them, like kind of teaches you like the ropes of the game, whatever. And he'll be like, do you feel the call to the stars or the pull to the stars or something? Like you all know that you're supposed to be like in the stars, right? Like you're not supposed to be here. And maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some story there or something. I don't know. And so like your goal is to get back to the stars, and you have like this inherent like astral magic, right? You're magical beings. So the idea is you want to build an astral gate to get to the astral realm, right? That snoozed the ad for everyone. Yeah, it did. Matt, did you push it? Is that what happened? Matt's like, I don't want an ad right now. I'm going to snooze this one. Snooze it for everybody. Oh, that's funny. Thanks, Matt. You're the best. You're the best mod I've ever had. Mod power is OP. It only works for 5 minutes, and then we get the ad. But still. Yeah, working. I know Roblox Studio is somewhat frowned upon, but freelance work on that platform has been relatively good to me in my early years of game development. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. It's not that I frown upon Roblox. I frown upon the Roblox like economy, like how they like pay their workers and stuff, or their creators and stuff. Anyway, so your goal is to build an astral portal. My idea is to get players to go to different zones. You will not only get resources in different zones you can't get in there, right? So you want to go to different zones to explore and get different resources, which you'll need to build that portal. But also there will be monoliths that you need to put up around the world to like pull star power or astral power or something from the heavens or whatever, you know what I mean? So you like build these monoliths which will like power the thing. So maybe you like build it and then you have to go to the different zones to like power it, right? So you have to go there and construct the monoliths. I don't know if there's going to be a certain location you have to construct them or not. Haven't decided. I've also decided that we're going to use the anchor shrines because these are the people who built them. And what I want to do is put like places of power around. So it's going to be like some like rocks or something like jutting up out of the ground or something, and like some magical like essence or something coming out of it. Who knows? We'll figure it out. And then like that's a location you can place an astral shrine. So you're like looking for those locations to build, not astral shrine, anchor shrine. So you like find those locations to build an anchor shrine. Then you can revive there, right? And then that'll like let you, and maybe that'll actually let you fast travel, but it'll probably cost resources. Haven't decided yet. So that's the idea. So what I kind of want to focus on is like building a civilization. And so I haven't decided yet when the shade are going to show up, if they show up, or if you don't even like, maybe building the portal isn't even like important yet. I haven't decided, because it does feel weird if the whole goal is like, oh, we just need to build this portal so we can leave this area. Then why are you building like villages and towns and like blacksmiths, and like why are people moving in and stuff? Because I want that to be the focus. Like I want players to build entire towns. I want them like filling them with NPCs that'll like do things for you. Like basically my idea, and this is like probably the way overscoped idea, is I like the idea that you're basically building your own RPG, right? Like I think that's a really cool idea. Like some of the games kind of touch on that a little bit. Like you have I think Terraria does that a little bit, where you have like NPCs like move in and then they'll like be shopkeepers and stuff. Love that idea. That sounds like an RPG. Well, yeah, I think that like there's always gonna be an RPG element. We have an RPG base to build on, right? So my goal is kind of like not to really introduce too many new mechanics. Obviously, you'll be able to chop down trees. Okay, the laws about chopping down trees do not exist yet in this world, and maybe you're the reason that those laws are put into place, right? We'll find out. Because that's kind of fun, because you're gonna chop down like all the trees. And it would be funny if someone was like, you know, We should put up, there should be a law against chopping down trees everywhere. That'd be kind of fun. The way Terraria did it was genius. I need to play Terraria again. It's been a long time since I played it. But if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure I like 20 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours in Terraria, somewhere like that. There's a lot. But I think I remember that's how it worked. That'd be a funny bit of lore. Yeah, I already have lots of like ideas, like fun pokes at like future content like that. Me and Jana were laughing about another one the other day, and I can't remember what it was now. Maybe she'll remember. Anyway, so yeah, I love that idea. I think the fun part is just gonna be like exploring the whole world and be able to build wherever you want. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with it. NPCs who can automatically produce items would be good. Yes. So I was already thinking you could like, oh, so there's a whole other aspect that I want to do. We're gonna hit an ad though, but Saphiro, since you're the one that talked about it, I will keep talking to the ad. If you want to subscribe, do that so you don't get the ad. Too late. Ad started. Anyway, so one idea I had is the ancient Azurians have like guardians they built, not necessarily the ancient like astral people, like the Novakin don't technically have guardians that they built, but we could do that. So the idea was maybe we have like an automation system where you can build these like little guardian construct guys, and then they will like go like harvest resources for you. So there's like an automation aspect to it. It won't be crazy. Like it won't be like, there won't be like, you know, conveyor belts and like crazy factories like sim stuff. But I am thinking it'd be kind of cool to have like be able to produce some of these like constructs. Maybe they're pretty expensive to make or whatever, and then they can like go chop trees and drop wood off and stuff. So you have a little bit of that. And then what we can do is if we do that sort of like automation aspect, that can be kind of like an end game goal. And then the end game goals can be like really expensive in resources because you have you've automated your systems now. You can do that kind of stuff more. So yeah, that's what I was thinking. So we could have NPCs that do that, or we could do the automation thing. And honestly, if we really lean into NPCs and like building towns, like I love the idea that you like build a house and then an NPC like moves into it and you can like sell loot to them and stuff, right? Like I love that idea. And that wouldn't be incredibly hard to do, I don't think. I think that could work pretty easy. It's just going to be like, how do we want houses and towns to be built? Because obviously we want like players to be placing down like foundations and walls and roofs, and like we already have that like that system in place and it works. It needs some refactoring to make it a little more performant, so when you have hundreds of those, you know, houses and stuff built down, it won't be that expensive. Welcome back. Is the ad over? Oh, I know there's an ad break. I already told you guys I'm not stopping for ad breaks because that's how Twitch works now. So if you don't want ads, I'm not going to just halt the whole stream when ads go on. This is how Twitch wants us to make our money, so you guys have to subscribe, I guess. If you want to hear what I have to say, you have to pay $5 a month, I guess. This is just the new Twitch meta, and I don't know how else to stream on Twitch if we don't just go for it. You know what I mean? Like, I know that sounds scummy, but like that's what Twitch is forcing us to do now. So if Twitch wants to force ads, then you guys are gonna have to like. This is a problem. Like, streamers aren't gonna be able to do anything about this. You know what I mean? Like the big streamers are making a killing from ads. They're making thousands of dollars a month from ads, so they don't care, right? They're like, cool, ads are great, wonderful. And people who don't want to see ads are gonna subscribe. So great, wonderful, even better, right? Chromecast TV has 0 ads. Oh, cool. That's good. And neither does YouTube either. So I'm just gonna keep talking to the YouTube audience when we have ads. But yeah, like I don't know, like I've seen people who are like, oh man, if you don't have $5, then you're poor and you shouldn't be watching Twitch, whatever. Like that's I'm not going that direction at all. That's not at all what I'm saying. However, I do think that if Twitch is going to force us to have ads on our channel that we cannot control very much, we can't control turning them off or whatever, then I think it's up to the users who are frustrated by missing content because they can't afford the $5 a month, which is admirable. I get it. I can't afford $5 a month on a bunch of places either. But it's up to you guys to be complaining to Twitch if you don't like that. So if you don't want to pay the $5 a month to see those like extra clips that I'm going to keep talking through during ads, then complain to Twitch so we can get this fixed, because I hate it too. So I don't know what else to do. I can't just stop my stream for like 5 minutes at a time every 15 minutes or half an hour, however long it takes, right? Like I can't do that. I'm just going to do my thing. And when an ad comes up, I don't know. That's just what it is. Sophia, thanks for gifting another sub. That was nice of you. I don't understand about ads. I've never seen an ad on this stream. Do you have ad blocker, Monkey? I'm not going to turn you in, I swear. I am actually curious what ad blocker you're using if you're not getting ads. It's worth saying sometimes when it tells you there's an ad, not every user gets it, just some. Yeah, agreed. And I will always warn you guys when I get a warning. Sometimes I don't even get warnings. Sometimes it just pops up as if there's an ad running, and I'm like, oh shoot. I don't know if it's not because I wasn't paying attention or what, but yeah, when there's an ad warning, I will tell you guys that there's an ad coming up, and you can sub to bypass it. I have ad blocker, and it's never worked on Twitch. Yeah, same. In fact, I even just paid for YouTube Premium recently. Actually, it was a Halloween. I paid for it I got a free month because we were playing music outside our door with a Bluetooth speaker through YouTube, and it's like the best place to get like Halloween music now, I guess. Anyway, so I got it then, and I just kept paying for it. There's also a Twitch ad blocker you can install. Oh yeah, I mean, do that if you don't want to see ads. That's fine with me too. I'm telling you right now, I make less than $5 a month on ad revenue. So I do not care if you block ads on my stream. If you want to do that, don't feel guilty. I'm not making money off it. Twitch is making the money off it. YouTube Premium still worth it? Yeah. The problem is that Jana has her own YouTube account, and that's on our TV downstairs. So if I want to watch YouTube downstairs, I have to deal with ads. But everywhere else, my phone and my computer. I'm probably just gonna sign Jan out actually downstairs. Anyway, yeah, we're talking about automation. If we can get like the NPC thing working, we probably don't even need automation, right? Because we could just build like a lumber mill or something, and then like you could like literally like have people there that just like go out and like harvest. I don't know if they'll actually go out and harvest. Like automated like automations would do that. Probably. Yeah, I don't know. We could kind of go either way with it. We could do both, but I feel like that might be like kind of unnecessary, especially since like the automation thing is like a cool idea, but it is very much an ancient Azurian thing. They're the ones that came up with it, and they're way later. They're way past this, so maybe like that's not a good idea. Comes with a lot of stuff, yeah. I've never used ad blockers, so I don't understand. Am I good? Am I God? Yeah, I guess so, Monkey Socks. I don't understand how you're not getting ads. Are you watching Twitch through like a different site or something? Are you directly on twitch.com? Twitch.tv, I mean. Don't go to twitch.com, I don't know what's there. Oh darn, yeah, ad blocker works on YouTube on PCs, but I got premium for when I watch YouTube on TV. Yeah. I think just produce the item is easier than having someone go somewhere. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think it could just be a thing where like each morning or whatever, like there's just more resources in a chest or something. It doesn't matter. Also, like if we're building a civilization, then I love the idea that you're like, cool, I'm gonna put a logging camp here, and maybe like the logging camp produces based on the trees around it. Who knows? It doesn't matter. Like we could just have an NPC spawn that just walks between trees and chops them down. Like that's not hard to do. We could definitely build that. Well, could we build that? We're gonna have to use the AI system we already have. I guess we could. Yeah, we could build that. We could do that. But it would be cool, like if you build things based on resources around them. That'd make a lot of sense. But I like the idea that you're like, there's a bunch of trees here, or like there's a bunch of like ore nodes here or whatever. So I'm gonna build a mine here or whatever, or like a mason or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. We can have like all kinds of different things you're building, and then you build like a structure and you designate it as like whatever it is, you know. And like maybe different structures just require different things in them. I don't know how that would work. We could, okay. So we have two ways of building in Swords of Magic. You can place down a blueprint house, right? And then you bring resources to it and it builds. We can do that. Or you can place down pieces, right? And like do the architect thing, like build your own house with that. Obviously, we want to lean in toward the architect thing, and that's going to be available right at the start in this game. So you'll just like immediately be able to just like go chop down a tree and immediately start building your house, right? Because we don't want like players to hit level 20 and Like we're not gonna do that anymore. That's all gonna go away. In fact, probably the crafting levels are gonna go away entirely anyway. We might actually like build our new crafting system for this game and then migrate it to Swords Magic, because that just would make more sense. You watch other streams other than this one? Yeah, I get one ad at the start and that's all. Yeah, maybe UK is different. I don't know. Which can't offer ads in certain countries like Poland. Oh, cool. We should all just move to Poland then. The not getting ads, I believe, depends on region country. I also hardly ever see ads on any stream, and I don't use any ad blocker. Cool. Must be nice. Anyway, so what we could do is maybe you unlock buildings by like discovering new areas or like building monoliths or whatever. Maybe you unlock new buildings, so you're like, oh cool, I just unlocked a blacksmith building, and then you have like the plans for it, and you can like place that building down wherever you want. And then you just bring resources and it builds it up. That way the building is exactly what we want, and we can spawn an NPC in it, and we can spawn whatever we want in it, right? We can make a shop, whatever. Like we can spawn anything we want because it's just a building. We're just placing it there and it gets loaded at startup every time. So that would be really cool. I think for the buildings which produce items, just make them static, then build your own buildings. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So you can like build, I do like the idea that you can like build houses though, like, and people can move into them, but like, do we need that? I don't know. I don't know if we need that. I guess if players just want to build houses to have houses, that'd be cool. I think like if we're trying to encourage players to build like entire towns, like building a whole civilization, which I love, like that's a cool twist because I haven't seen a survival game that does that necessarily like that, you know, other than like Terraria, and I think there's a place for it in a 3D world. I think that's really cool, but I think we need like an incentive, right? Like, first of all, we can easily do like randomly generated NPCs. I think pretty sure we can do that pretty easy. I'm pretty confident we can tweak our system to make it to do that. So I think we could do like randomly generated or procedurally generated NPCs, I guess would be better. Where we can have like NPCs that would just move into towns, right? Bringing it into houses. So we could do something like that, but like there's got to be like a reason for that, you know? How crazy would this be if we just like straight up made this like a city builder survival game? Like you build towns, and then like if you have a blacksmith, for example, you have to put someone to work there. We're gonna have to change how navigation works entirely. We're gonna have to do a dynamic nav mesh if we're gonna do that. An idea similar to Minecraft that has profession blocks. You could build the building to look how you like, and then put a certain piece of furniture or type of item in it, and it turns the building. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's gonna be really tricky. Oh no, Matt, it'll be third person. It'll be just like Swords of Magic. Yeah, okay, so Lord Sir Duke, man. Yeah, I like that idea. Actually, I like that idea a lot. I'm gonna struggle with like how do we know which, like, that the house is complete? How do we know that it's a full house? Like, that's gonna be a little difficult. And I also wonder, like, should we just give players like full freedom to do whatever they want with it? Like, I know if we give players too much freedom, they'll just like spawn NPCs in a row in a field, you know, just to progress. And I guess like if that's what they want to do, then so be it. You know, it's sort of like if you're playing this game just to progress through it and you don't actually care about like building a cool looking town or like being creative or whatever, then like you're probably just playing the game for the wrong reasons. And in which case, like, who cares? You know, like it probably doesn't matter that much. But I do wonder if like we should have certain like rules. Like we could probably do a thing where like you place I'm trying to think like mechanically or like programmatically, like how do we determine if a house is like closed? But I guess we shouldn't care about that. Maybe we just do like the shelter thing. Like you have to have a roof over the NPC's head, and that's like all that it cares about. So we'll just like you spawn like a till or a cash register or whatever, you know what I mean? Like something like that, like that spawns the NPC, like you place that. and then that tries to spawn an NPC, and it checks where the NPC would be, and it checks above their head, and it's like, sorry, you need shelter, or this NPC requires shelter or something to be spawned here. That could work, I guess. Terraria villager incentives, they attack enemies but are pretty weak. You can trade with them. Nurse, for example, can heal you, etc. Yeah. Incentives, they produce items or influence or something like that, so you don't have to go out and get it yourself. True. Or they produce things you can't go out and get yourself, which is even better in some cases, right? Like maybe you can't make like wooden planks until you build like a lumberjack, or a lumber mill, I mean. That could be kind of cool. For example, in Enshrouded, you have to go out and find NPCs before you can craft certain items. And some of those items are things like smelters and stuff to like make like ingots. I love it when like all of my like my taskbar just like randomly just resets. Just like all refreshes. Just randomly. I don't even know why. My search bar still isn't working. I guess I'll restart later. Maybe to make the profession block, it takes quite a lot of resources, similar to how it takes a decent amount of materials to make your own placeable crafting stations in S&M. Terraria villagers also have criteria in their homes that they need to be met before they move in. Okay. Yeah. All right, so what if we did this? You know how we have housing plots right now? Like this housing plot right here, right? Maybe we just make like this a thing you can craft, right? And it has like, when you go to build it, it has like an area you can see, right? You build it there, and then you can interact with that to like remove it or whatever. And maybe it has like a drop down for like, what is this building, or what's this gonna be? And if you want to play, like, you can build whatever you want anywhere, but when you build these, that's how you determine like what this place is. So like, oh, I'm gonna choose a this is gonna be a blacksmith or a lumber mill or a house, or you know, whatever. And then when you choose that, then you have like a checklist that pops up and it says like, well, you need these things. And then once those things are placed inside there, then the NPC can spawn. And then maybe he'll just spawn like right in front of the house, and he can just like walk in or whatever. He has to be able to get to the things. Maybe you can call tutorial section for this new foundations. Yeah, that'd be cool. I kind of love this idea. I mean, it's funny because like a lot of these features that we're probably going to build in this game would work in Swords and Magic, but it would like really overcomplicate Swords and Magic, and it would really make, like, you obviously can't have like the open world like building in this in Swords and Magic that you could have in this game, because we tried the open world building early on and decided that it wasn't worth it because we make too many changes to the game going through. And even though I don't plan on releasing this in early access, this will just be a finished game when it launches. It will still, like, I still think we could even then get away with like letting players build wherever they want. But in an early access thing, whatever, if we wanted to like move where a mountain was, and a player is like built where that mountain goes to, they lose all that progress. Like it's all like buried under the mesh in the ground. They can't get to it, and that's a big problem. So if we're gonna do like this open world building thing wherever you want to build, that's great, but we do need to like keep that in mind and just remember, like, we can't change this again. Once this launches to the public, we cannot change it again. Like this, like the structure of the terrain and stuff. Anyway, procedural world gen maybe. I don't think so. I think we build this based on the current Heroine because it makes more sense and more like historical accuracy in the world of Heroine, which I like a lot. I like the idea that you're like, I can't wait to go see the North is North, because that's not out yet in Swords and Magic. So I can go see what it's like over there. Or like, I want to go explore, you know, Bone Reach, you know, whatever. Even though they're not going to be called that at this time. Jan and I also talked about like maybe having the ability to name each area, but then we decided that probably wasn't a good idea, because like then players can't discuss like, oh, have you been to this place yet, right? Because like then you have to like describe it, and like it's only named for you on your thing, so it's gonna be really confusing. So we just decided against that. So we probably are gonna have places like discovered as you find them, and they'll be named on the map or whatever, so players can like, oh, have you been to Bone Reach yet? That makes more sense. What is the purpose for having them as NPCs? Will they be an abstraction of the crafting mechanics or more with quests and alike? If we do the NPCs thing, hi guys, hi. You look handsome. Hi. Okay. Love you. Love you. Everyone said hi to the baby. What's the purpose of having NPCs? Okay, so I think so. Ryuthamus was in here last time, and he was making some good points about like how is this game going to stand out from other survival crafting games. And one, I think the art style itself is already enough to like stand out, and people would be like, even if it was like the exact same as another survival building game, people would be like, oh, this is a cool art style, and it's casual, like it's not as hardcore, like let's try it. So I think that's enough. But second, like he makes a good point, and I was kind of arguing his point, saying like, oh, I don't think we have to do those games better or whatever. But I do think we do need to stand out, and I think one thing that would be really interesting is if we did make this more like a city builder. It's also a game that Jana and I wanted to make for a long time. Like Jana loves city builders, but there's like never multiplayer ones, and so that's like one of those things that like we've always wanted to make like a multiplayer city builder game. City builders are usually top-down games, very strategy based, very like resource management, where you're like just placing down like buildings or whatever, and like building a city and like making sure that like your people don't starve to death, you know. And you never like play a character typically. I know that exists, but you know. So maybe we like focus on that whole thing, like building a civilization. You know, you don't have to necessarily build one city. You can build towns wherever you want. You can build a whole city. You can build whatever you want to build. Like I love that aspect. You should just like the freedom of building a huge city if you want to is like huge, right? And being able to do that is awesome. So I love that idea. I just had a crazy wild idea. This is like so feature creep. How cool would it be if people could export their like creations, their like buildings, their cities, whatever, and then we could put them in Swords of Magic? Just saying, not a good idea. We just an idea, crazy idea. Lulupa, what's up? Dev's going well. How are you? We're mostly just like brainstorming a spin-off game that I might start working on here soon. Kindred, no, I know, it's just an idea. This is how my brain works. You just get stupid ideas. I have to say them out loud. It would be useful though. It would save time. Like if someone went and built like all of Alaran City and they're just like, here's Alaran City, and I'm like, cool, let's put it in the game. It's not happening. Like Swords Magic Townscaper. Yeah, exactly. Doing all right, working on some dev myself, poking around Twitch to see what other folks are working on. Cool. Well, I'm making a game called Swords and Magic and stuff. It's in early access. This is the game here. A lot of the area is not loaded right now. For performance reasons while I'm streaming. But this is a town called Sleepy Haven. It's a casual cooperative open world RPG where you run around and fight monsters and like do quests and build houses and craft things and explore the world. Yeah, it's out in early access on Steam. But yeah, we're talking about, it's not making as much money anymore because it's been out for 3 years now, and even though we're still working on it, it's still adding more content, it's just not like making sales. So I've been thinking about like ways to like branch out and like make money to pay my bills. And so one of those ways is like a spin-off. So we're just been talking about ideas for this like spin-off survival crafting base building game that I'd like to make, which is like set in the same universe and uses all the same, like very similar mechanics, if not all the same mechanics. Need a Kindred joke? All right. Let's get a character with crafting working first. You have a character with crafting working. You mean an NPC? Hold on. I don't know what this section is. It's weird. That's so dumb. All right, here's a really, really stupid one. Having a 12-inch nose is anatomically impossible because at that point it becomes a foot. Oh, thank God, an ad just popped up. At that time. Monkey, I'm glad you heard the joke and no one else heard it. Yeah, so that was one of those times where I was not warned about the ads. It wasn't told an ad. Once we have an NPC, we can start future creeping. Yeah, I'm not gonna future creep that. It came back right for the joke. Hopefully you got the joke, because there's an ad running right now. So yeah, what is the purpose of the NPCs? I really like the idea a lot that like the focus of the game is just building towns. Like you're just like building up a town. Because there's a lot of games out there where like I want to build a base, but once you have like a shelter with all the stuff in the base that you need, like there's no reason to keep expanding. Like in Shrouded right now, Matt and I have been playing a lot. I haven't played in 2 days. I'm planning on playing tonight. But like we built a base and we have enough room for all of our storage in it and enough room for all the like NPCs we need. And like there's not really any reason to keep expanding other than like, oh, this is cool, right? So I think if you give players a reason to like, oh, I want to build another house, and when I build another house, an NPC will move into it, and that will increase something, like my production for this town or whatever, right? I think that is incentive to build something new, and so like it drives the creative like building aspect, and then like to build, like maybe you can build better things with better resources, so you like that drives the exploration. So like yeah, like what is the game loop here? I think the game loop is just going to be like pretty obvious, like it's an obvious survival game. Making a sick floating mage city. That's the goal. Yeah, like, and I agree that like making something cool is a goal for a lot of people. That's an intrinsic goal, right? But we need more extrinsic goals to drive the intrinsic goals. So like, if we need to build those extrinsic goals, like, oh, when you build a town or when you build a house, an NPC can move into it, and then the NPC can work at your lumber mill to produce like resources faster. That is a really cool extrinsic goal that like it builds on that intrinsic goal, right? Just got to make sure the dedicated server files won't just poof eventually. I mean, oh, you're saying it in Shrouded. I was like, I don't know why they wouldn't Swords and Magic, like, unless you just don't pay for your dedicated server and it gets shut down. That's on you, though. I probably missed it at the beginning, but in terms of the weapons update for Swords and Magic, waiting for that to buy my wife a copy and start from scratch. Yeah, Sephirio, that is still in the works. In fact, that is supposed to launch this week. But I'm struggling to fix the collection system right now. So yeah, that's like the biggest problem right now. So the system is all working. All the upgrades are working. All the upgrading your weapons are working. All that stuff's working. It's great. You can actually, wait, do we even have... I think you can find the prismatic shards and everything. Like everything is working. The problem is when you store weapons in your collections, and honestly, maybe we'll just turn that off for now so we can get this update out. I don't know. That might be like the best solution, is just like make it so we can't put items in collections at the moment, because that'd be faster and easier than trying to rebuild the system. Because basically what's happening is, let's just say hypothetically we have 3 iron swords in our inventory as an example, right? And we just upgraded the hell out of one of them, right? And you're like, cool, love this. Oh, but I have 3 in my inventory. So I'm just gonna dump those other 2 in the collection, or one of those in my collections, and I'll sell the other one or whatever. So let's say you sell the second one, and then you go put your collections, and you go to put in your collections. The game doesn't automatically know which one you want to put in collections, right? So if you have 2 in your inventory and you can only have 1 button to press, it's just going to grab the first one in your inventory and it's going to dump in the collections. As of right now, when that happens, it does not have the capability of storing your enhancements. So if you've enhanced your weapon to be like really cool and you spend a whole bunch of time and money doing that, and then you store it in your collections, it's going to wipe off that enhancement. And when you pull it back out, it's gone. So even if you're like, well, that's okay, I don't care if I lose the enhancements off this weapon because it's dumb and not good, but this other one's really good and that's the one I want to keep, and you go push the collections button to deposit it, it could do the wrong one, right? It depends on how your inventory was rolled that time, or it depends on how it searches the inventory. So, and it is going to be based on like where it's sitting in your inventory. So if it's higher up in the inventory, then it'll deposit that one first. But we can't rely on that. You know what I mean? Like that's a bad way to rely on that. So basically it's broken right now. And so I'm trying to fix it. The problem is the collection system uses two things to determine what the item is. It uses the item ID and it uses the quality of the item, and that's literally it. Which means we have no way of knowing if the item has been enhanced or not. And so I have to rebuild that whole system to allow custom information like the enhancements. And as of right now, from what I can tell, the only, like, it knows if the item is stored there or not based on the quality. So if the item has a quality better than none, like no quality, then it knows that like that item has been stored. But it's really complicated because it's so simplified. It's really complicated to expand on it. So I have to fix it, and I have to do it in a way that doesn't break everyone's collection. So it's been several days of work now, and it's still not working, and I'm like burnt out on it. So I took a break for a while, and I'll be working on it again tomorrow. I was gonna work on it today on stream, but I decided I didn't want to, I don't like working on that kind of stuff on stream. It's too stressful. It's just too much work. So we're waiting. You might need to decide that only base weapons can be stored in collections. And yes, that is probably what we'll end up doing, is like it'll only be stored if it hasn't been upgraded. But even then, like, I don't know. One solution would be like, there's a couple solutions, right? Like one could be like you have to go to the museum to store your item in the collection. We could do that. That's very annoying. Players are not going to like that. That's like kind of defeats the purpose of having collections. Another idea is we just don't let players store weapons. We don't let them store cosmetic items that have no like impact on gameplay. That way, if you just put all of your like hats and all of your clothing and all the stuff like that in collections, all your other characters have access to them, and then you're just sharing those cosmetics. Weapons will have to be stored on your character or in a bank or on your plot or whatever, right? You can store those in many different places. And I'm leaning toward that one, because that is the easiest way, fastest way to get this update out, and then like we don't have to worry about it. The biggest problem is a bunch of people already have collections or like weapons in their collections, so I still have to build a system where we stop players from depositing, but they can still withdraw if they have one in there. Once they've withdrawn, then that system, it doesn't show up anymore to deposit. Maybe when you put an enhanced item into collections, it takes the buffs off onto a gem and stash it later. Okay, that was another idea, but that also requires basically rebuilding the whole system I built and building into hold on. No, it will still won't work. That still won't work, because even like let's say, because again, you have two iron swords, one is upgraded how you want, one's not, and so you want to put the one that's not in there, and even if it does kick off all the things onto a gem, it's still gonna be really annoying and tedious and feel like a bug if you put the wrong one in, which you can't control in any way, right? If you put the wrong one in and you just give this gem back, and it's like, okay, great, but now I have now I have to get that sword back out, and I have to put the enhancement back on it, and like then I have to build a whole nother system for like attaching that gem, and like it's gonna be a pain. So it's not worth the effort to do that. I think we probably just remove storage for weapons. I think that I know we're gonna have some players who are really upset about that, because they want to like collect one of every weapon, and they like the idea of just be able to like pull out like a slingshot out of their collections and use it. But I just think that's not the solution. I don't know. So yeah, that's where I'm stuck. I'm stuck with that right now. So we will we're working on that. Might not be suitable for your game, but I really like adding to a city whose inhabitants I care about, along with the stories and stuff. Yeah, so if we did like we could do like the Animal Crossing thing, where we have a whole bunch of NPCs that we've built behind the scenes that have dialogue and have like needs and have like things they like and don't like, whatever. And then like when you build a house, you just get one randomly, and then now you have that person living there, and people will be like, oh man, if you get, you know, I don't know, so and so, if you get Emily in your town, she'll give you this thing if you give her this thing or whatever. And I love that idea, because that also means like as you're building houses, like you have an incentive to keep building more houses, and you have to build them yourself or whatever. So like that's really fun. Raymond, of course, yeah, Raymond. If you have Raymond in your town, like you're gonna have, you know, he does cool things for you. I don't know. That kind of stuff is fun. Makes sense. Thanks for the update. No, you're fine, Sphero. We're technically supposed to be working on Swords of Magic right now anyway, so this is fine. But But yeah, monkey socks, that's not a bad idea, honestly. So we could still build a system like that where I considered and it doesn't fix the problem. We're gonna have to build a system if we want to do this where we like can select what item you want to put in your inventory or put in your collections. That's the only way. That's the only like solution I have to this, is instead of seeing like all of the inventory or all of the item rarities when you go to your collections, you would just see all the items you had in your inventory with a scroll bar, ideally, and then you could just pick the one you want to store. And like that's fine. It's just I tried building that already and it broke, so I have to like revert and do it again now that I have better understanding of the collection system. And I'm still nervous that we're not able to like successfully store that. So we're working on it. I'm still working on it. We'll see what happens. Anyway, I like that idea a lot. I like the whole the custom NPCs idea a lot. That means that we have to build a bunch of NPCs, but we could always just start with like 10, you know, and we could also just build procedural ones too. Hey, what's up, Soupy? Great, Soupy's here. Now we actually got our work done. He's gonna yell at me. So, man, you know what? I just remembered this as well. No, we can do this still, I guess. Where do we put this? Maps. Windless Woods? Nope. Where is this at? Farmlands? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we'll just have to build it in this level, I guess. Yes, you know it. How are you, Soupy? Hey, Soupy, did Jana message you yet? We were talking earlier about that thing we're doing in spring, or we want to do in the spring. And one of those things was anywhere between 2 to 4 new outfits. So she's gonna message you and ask you if you want to start working on those. They need to be spring related. That's it. You can do whatever you want, pretty much. But yeah, the idea is spring related, and then if you have like more ideas and you want to do more, you're welcome to, but it's not necessary. Two is what we're looking for. Also, Jana asked that you post any outfit updates or whatever things you finish in dev office, so she sees them and I don't forget about them entirely, and then you actually get paid for them. Because she mentioned that every time you build or make a new outfit, you send it to me directly, and then I never tell her about it because I forget, and then she doesn't know it's made. So yeah, I guess that'd be a good idea. Let's go to Hero and Terrain, and we're gonna switch. Oh man, I'm kind of rusty. I haven't been doing Unreal Engine stuff in a while. Landscape. Wait, are you talking to me or Matt? I left. I was talking to you, Soupy. I was saying, are you here for a second? You want me to tell you again? I can just message you later. It's not a big deal. Sculpt, flatten. It is interesting that the interior of most of these houses is just like dirt brown. Oh no, it's not. It was just the grass was just going through the wall. Okay, so we're building out the interior of this area. Actually, no, I can't. I can find it on YouTube. Oh no, Soupy, I'll just tell you, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Jan and I were talking about the spring thing we wanted to do. I don't know if I mentioned. I think we mentioned it in Dev Office. I think we already talked about it. And we wanted to add outfits for it. And so we were thinking anywhere between 2 to 4 outfits, like a minimum of 2 outfits. Yeah. So I was just gonna say, if you wanted to start working on those, that'd be great, because we have to. I want to get that all like done and like ready for testing, like mid-February. Maybe like, so it's coming out in March, I think. That's the plan. So like by the end of February, it has to be like tested and like fully ready to go. So we'll be working on that next month. So I just thought if you wanted to get it, just want to give you plenty of time to get a jump on that. So yeah, if you want to make 4 outfits, if you have ideas for 4, go for it. If you just have ideas for 2, that's fine. If you want ideas, I can pull up like Pinterest and stuff too. We can find ideas. But yeah, the only real like thing we're going off of is like they just need to be. These are large panes of glass from medieval times. Anyway, but yeah, they just need to be spring themed. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, okay. I think I can do 2. I'm kind of all over the place right at the moment. Yeah, if you can't, Subi, I can do it myself. I just thought if you wanted to, then if you don't want to, you don't have to. Don't feel obligated. Okay, we need like, okay, this is a treasure hunter's place. Let's do a table. It's just gonna be kind of like a tavern. I'm kind of, actually, let's get some inspiration here. Should we ask? Let's do, hold on. We're gonna do a mid-journey. Imagine let's try that. I'll show you the result that comes up. Go on Dolly. I have mid-journey. Yeah, I thought that'd be, I mean, we can do like Pinterest or whatever, but I don't think we're gonna find exactly what we're looking for. We can just look in like, when I picture like treasure hunters, I'm thinking like kind of like what am I trying to think of, like 1800s like trophy hunters, you know what I'm talking about, like the whole like most dangerous game thing, you know, what is it called, with a bunch of like, you know, elephant heads on the wall and stuff. But I obviously don't want, we're obviously not doing that. Like they're treasure hunting, so I figured they'd have like their treasure like displayed everywhere. Or ask ChatGPT to give a specific grid. What do you mean by that? Like the Adventurers Guild and Disenchanted from Netflix. I have not seen, I started watching Disenchanted, but it was too like, I don't know, there's something about it I didn't like. It should have been right up my alley. It should have been a show I liked a lot. I guess like it's too Simpsons, because I think it's by the creators of Simpsons. It was too Simpsons and not enough like, I don't know. I think if there was like a Rick and Morty like fantasy show, I'd probably be like super into that. But I don't know. Simpsons are a little, the Simpsons are fine. I don't mind the Simpsons, but there was something about that I just didn't like. I didn't vibe with. Am I thinking of the right show? The Simpsons need to think. Yeah, okay, yeah, I am. Yeah. I'm Googling that too. That did not give me what I thought it was going to. Oh, Disenchantment, that's why. We got the name wrong. I'm looking for pictures of the Adventure Guild. I don't see anything crazy. I'm not seeing anything that's like, Yeah, it's not really. I'm not really getting any pictures. Let's see what Midjourney came up with. Yeah, honestly, this is good. This one's cool. I like the. We should. I think we already have a fireplace. We might move it. Maybe it would be kind of nice to move it. Yeah, just like tables laying around, shelving, some lights. This is. I don't know what's going on here. This is weird. This one's too fancy. This one's not bad, but like we don't have enough room to do this kind of stuff, which would be cool, but we don't have space for it. And this is actually good too. I like the couches laying around. Like this is just like a hall, right? It's just a guild hall to hang out in. Okay, let's go with let's use that as like. We do have the fireplace over here in the corner, which is cool. So let's start, I guess, with that. So let's do. I kind of like I haven't done level design in a long time, and when I did all this stuff, and like I kind of feel bad because there's just so much stuff in here. Oh, why is it doing that? Hello? We're not gonna. Why is this happening? Probably because of whatever. That's gonna be really annoying, but. I wish we had like a big bearskin rug. We should do. Oh, I have this on my screen still. Oh, there's an ad break. The Explorers Club. They hunt rare creatures. Yeah, something like that. Oh, you found a picture of it? Oh yeah, that's awesome. Oh, I love the giant like tusks. There's a bar. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, we should do a bar over here. The only problem is we need. I guess we can do it over here actually. There's gonna be. We need an area where we have 10 maps that are like purchasable. That's like the most important aspect. Maybe they'll just go right here. They did that in Vox Machina? What do you mean? Tell me these things you speak of. Why is there no rug? Man, you have to wait like 5 seconds every single time I click something. This is gonna be really tedious soon, really fast. What do we put in the corners? Maybe like statues? What if they have statues of they're treasure hunters? It would make sense they had statues of like Arrow's character. We could do like a bust, maybe. I don't know if we can pull that off. We might have to model it.
Hey, listen.
Am I in tier win? Yeah, I'm I'm doing this in tier win terrain. What other level would I be doing this in? I'm doing this in Sleepy Haven Treasure Hunters. Which is obviously in the right location here. That's houses. We're just putting it here for now. It's in this building, Jana. Cool. I don't know if you redid this one, but it's fine. The ones I redid are in a different level. Well, this is what's loaded into the game right now, I think. I don't think I touched that one. It's fine. Oh. Okay, remember when I said it's fine? What I meant was it's not fine. There's issues with this. So we're gonna have to fix that. So this will have the ceiling on it, I guess. Let's go wall. Should be like modular walls in here somewhere, I think. These ones. Show and folder. We need a floor piece. Yeah, you'd think I would have just searched for floor. That would have been easier, huh? Not for me. Okay, floor 2. We're gonna, this is not gonna snap to the grid. We're gonna have to fake this. Unfortunately. Is this rotated or is this merged in? No, not rotated. So we have to fake this. Load Janice Sleepy Haven. It has the pieces all individual. Oh, it's okay. Not worth it. This is dumb. This thing goes too far down, so it's going to be intersecting if we put this in here. So it's going to have to intersect, and we'll have to put another piece across it. I don't know if this piece is too low. These are like not snapping correctly. If they're just like thrown in there, or what's happening with that? Is this piece? Oh. Honestly, players aren't even gonna notice it. It'll be fine. We could do a pillar though, if we wanted to. This one. And then we could even like make a shelf right here or something and like put something up here. Oh, right, procedure. I didn't even think about that. Hold on. If we move this though, will we have an like, if it's all we move, will that be okay? I just did that the other day too. You'd think I would remember that. Yeah, let's just do that. That'll be better. Should we do that? I'm just gonna slide this out of the way in case we decide we don't want to do that. Go here. I literally just did this. Modeling. Then you do hold on. Triangles. You do polygroups. Select. I'm gonna grab here. If you don't do the sound effects, it doesn't work. I don't know why. It's like a weird thing they built in the engine. I don't know. This is gonna look weird though, isn't it? Because like you'd want these gone too. Like you'd want this to be like open like that. Because we'll have to build more pieces into it. I don't know if it's worth it. Like we can delete this anyway because it's unnecessary, but like. Where is the button? I don't remember how to do this. I don't think you just press delete, do you? Oh, yeah, you do. You just press delete and then click accept. I wonder if it'd be worth making editor tools volume that changes the snapping and alignment inside itself for these off-angle buildings. Pixel Shake, if there was like a plugin that did that, probably. Like I think that would be really useful if you had like a plugin that would just let you like drop in a volume and then I guess like I don't know how you would do that. Maybe you just like you drop in a volume that's like a grid, I guess, and you could like change the size of the grid lines, whatever on it, like a 3D grid. And obviously align it however you want. And then when you like drag things inside of it, it would just like the snapping up here would change to that. That would be actually be like incredibly cool. Like something like that would be really cool. But I don't think it'd be worth the time to build something like that right now. Yeah, so look, now we have to deal with this, which is fine. I think I'd rather just have the ceiling on it. It's just gonna be easier. But that was a really good idea. But I think this is just gonna be easier to have the ceiling right here. You know? Like it's not ideal, but like it's easier than having to like build all those pieces out when it's already done. Pretty awesome, right? Where you can toggle between world, local, and volume. Yeah, for sure. That'd be really cool. Yeah, if we just had like, if that just changed this to a drop down, you could pick one of the three, that'd be huge. Because you have drop down for this, so it's not like it would be that hard to like have three options. That'd be really, really cool. But yeah, I'm liking this. This is fine so far. We need some banners. I think we have treasure hunter banners. Let's look in here. We don't? Soupy, do we have treasure hunter banners? We have archaeologist banners, don't we? Yeah, we got archaeologist ones, but not treasure hunters. Maybe we'll make one. I thought we did two. Where would it be? Let's see if it's in. Let's see if there's anything in the file share. Textures, banners. Nope. These banners, that's it. Okay. So we could just make a variation of the archaeologist one, I guess. Which kind of sucks because the archaeologist one is kind of perfect for this. Like the archaeologist one should like be like a shovel, or maybe like Bones? This is a treasure hunter outfit. Just use the same banner and use like a treasure chest vector in the center. Yeah, we could do that, I guess. Maybe gold and red colors. Yeah, let's just do that. Should we just do that real quick? Or should we just decorate this out and then we'll worry about the details later? Let's just wait later. We'll do it later. I don't want to get in the weeds. I just want to get this working. All right, are any of these other characters treasure huntery? No. We can always just be like, oh yeah, this is a famous treasure hunter. Like, it doesn't have to be. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just do this one too. So we'll grab this guy. It's hard to like line these up since we're not on a grid or anything. Oh, look, those I got too small. That's fine. Thermal Enjoyer. No, this is Unreal Engine. That's why I didn't recognize it. Yeah. Love me some Unreal Engine. I'm kind of a fanboy. Do a bigger rug. Let's do some end tables. We'll just do these ones, I guess. And again, we are snappy under the ground, which is annoying. And we'll decorate those later. Okay, there's a nice little area. Oh, we should put a fireplace in here. Sorry, random sneeze. Should we sell out? Jana, do we have is the treasure hunter outfit you were talking about, is that available in game right now? Or should we make it, because we can put like a little shop in here and then make it unlockable with what are they called? What are they called? Not relics, but what are they called? I can't remember. UE4 and UE5 look a little different. Yeah, I'm using UE4. Yeah, that's fine. I would say UE4 5 is the best engine, in my opinion. Monkey Sock says. I agree, but I don't know. I don't know if there's a best engine. I think that it depends on what you're doing. I'm working with UE5 a bit, but right off the rip, I'm running into problems. There is no info about online. What are you looking for, Enjoyer? Maybe I can help. And are you doing C++ or are you doing blueprints? I've been using the engine for 6 years now. Yeah, 6.5 years now, I think. And I have used UE5. I just am using UE4 right now because this is what this project's in. And unfortunately, we're probably starting a new project here soon based on this framework in this project, which means I have to use UE4 for that project as well too. Which kind of sucks, but at the same time, like, I don't need any of the tools that UE5 offers, like that they've upgraded on. Unless we really want to utilize gas, which we kind of are, so maybe. This door, I guess, is fine. It's a little problematic, but like, who cares? See if we can have a back door. I just think this area over here would be really cool as like a little shop area where you can like buy unique things with where you trade in your relics or what are they called? Treasure? Artifacts. So we have artifacts that you gather from digging up buried treasure. Like they always drop artifacts, and then you can trade those in for resources in here or things in here. So like we should just do like a golden shovel, right? Like just make like a golden shovel item, and that's it. Just a golden shovel, and you can trade it in to get an upgraded shovel. The new substrate system is still in experimental beta stage, so that's maybe why. Oh, trying to replicate the opal substrate material that was showcased in 5.2 showcase. I somehow got substrate material was out of budget and has been simplified. What's up, Lewis? Welcome in. Hello. Yeah, that's probably just because it's still in experimental. Yeah, only part of it is still considered experimental. I noticed a few newer games using substrate materials. Yeah, that's definitely something I can't help with, unfortunately. I wish I could. And yeah, that's gonna be a pain. How's it going, Lewis? Sag. I do want tables. I think we might do tables over here and do like a little like bar area. And then here we'll do all the... Yeah, let's do that. I'm just throwing things out right now. Let's do we have a bar. Sometimes we just like have like full on like interior pieces that are just like done, and like players will never notice that they're like reused. A thistle bark bar? That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, that's just thistle bark. I know what I'm doing. Derek's second floor. That's not what I want. Let's try tavern. Because it's like already got all the pieces and stuff in it, you know what I mean? Like something like this. But that one's not good. Like this one's probably fine. We can use this. It's really annoying that it's not snapping to the floor. I think it's just a collision issue. We do actually. I think we should do this way, and we'll do two of them. Then we need a bench. Oh, there's an ad. Guys, I'm gonna use the little boys room real quick. Right back. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, right back. I've returned. Oh, sorry. Also don't know much about C++. I'd probably wait. Hold on. I'm starting out using Blueprint for now because I'm at the base stage uni. Yeah, honestly, I only know Blueprint, and it's carried me 6 years. Like probably the very basics because I had to learn a bit for school and some of my old projects. That was about it. Yeah, same. Try to learn C++ if you can as well. It'll help in the long run. Yeah, I think that C++ is one of those things that like after a couple years in the engine and like you like kind of find like the issues, not like the issues, but like I guess you kind of find like not, I wouldn't say the limits either. I would just say like the downsides or like I don't know. You just find kind of like the limitations, I guess, of Blueprint, where you run into like, oh, this is where I need to like you have to optimize a lot to get Blueprint to work for certain things at certain like project sizes, right? And that's where C++ can come in and like help clean that kind of stuff up. Yeah, so C++, the way Unreal Engine works, which is really cool, is they encourage you to use, like, let's say I have like a BP, I don't know, just anything really, BP projectile, right? So let's say all of your projectiles do like something similar, right? So you would want to build, or like, yeah, like it'd be really handy to have like a projectile that's like your base class in C++ that does all your heavy lifting. Like it does all the stuff, like it detects hits, it does like the like applies damage, it does like you just add a whole bunch of variables and stuff, so like you have like this base class in C++. And then when you want to make changes to it or like make one in Blueprint, then you inherit from that and create a new class based on that C++ class. And then that takes a lot of the weight off of your projectile stuff, right? So if you do that with like almost all your classes in the game, or all classes in the game is fine, then you can just like take all that like back end stuff and like build all that in C++, and that cleans it up and helps it like run a lot faster. And then you just inherit from that. You just abstract from that and create new variations of it. And you mostly just use variables, right? You can definitely at times like throw in more Blueprint code and stuff, and it's not gonna hurt you. But yeah, like the core stuff should be built in C++. That's like the most ideal way to work in Unreal Engine. But I think Swords of Magic is kind of proof that you don't have to do that. We built a pretty massive open world RPG in all Blueprint without doing anything like that at all, and the game still runs pretty decent. So it really depends on how big your project is. If you're just doing like a couple months, like a short like 3-month project or whatever, and it's not meant to be a massive open world game, you're probably going to be fine just using Blueprint. Also makes refactoring really, really simple, I imagine. Yeah, not so much in Blueprint. I'm pretty sure my issue with this material isn't related to substrate itself. Anyone know anything about byte per pixel budget? No idea. Material work is like I know enough to get by. About it. I know for a fact I was in your Discord, so I don't know why I'm not following you. Oh, interesting. So you know about the game then. So I didn't need to give the spiel. That's okay though. We had other people in here probably wanted to hear it. Okay, so yeah. Oh, if we're gonna do the tavern thing, we kind of need. Hold on, let's pull this. I kind of want to do like I don't know. I kind of want to like separate the room a little bit. Maybe not with this specifically, but like something like this where we like kind of separate it. You like walk in here and then this is like the tavern area. How cool would it be if you had like food and drink and stuff you could buy too with the relics? Like it'd be cool if just like everything in this guild hall was like based around that as a currency, and like they just trade like oh my god, what's it called again? I just lost the name. Not relics, artifacts. If they just like trade artifacts to like do all their stuff, like it's their own like little community, because then you could literally just do like treasure hunting and buy like food, drink, maybe not weapons, but like stuff like that. That'd be kind of cool. Wild. You know what? I've done the exact same thing. There's definitely been times where I'm like, oh my god, I can't figure this thing out. Like, how come I can't figure this out? And then someone will be like, did you Google it? And I'm like, yeah, of course. And then it dawns on me that like I just hadn't used that exact term or whatever. I don't know. Or someone else can find it and I can't. What is this? Why is this one handle wood? Why can't I copy that? Wait, that's also another one. That's weird. I don't know why those materials are different. They're the exact same door. One's just flipped. Whatever. We'll be removing those doors eventually anyway and putting like actual doors in. Those are just meshes. Okay, if we're gonna do the bar thing, maybe we actually just let's just move these guys. Oh, we could put this. Oh, what if we put the bar here and this is like a back door, and then we can put like a bunch of kegs and stuff out here. Let's do that. Put this over a little more in the corner. And then let's put like a single table over in the corner. One of these guys. No, I want a chair. Okay, and then we'll do the tavern bar. Really thought we had. Fine, let's do counter. We got this one. Oh, this is a magic counter. Tavern counter. I guess we could do this one. No. Could flip it maybe. I was just hoping to like not have to decorate the whole thing, but I'm just being lazy. Oh, this one's kind of good. Oh, it's not. Maybe. I don't know. This would be good for like something else. All right, we'll just make our own. So we'll go with these guys. Wrong. This way. Oh. Is this in Sleeping Haven? Yes, it is, Lewis. I feel like the Treasure Hunter Guild would have money, like they would be quite wealthy patrons. So the furniture should reflect that. Just my 2 cents. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Like they have sofas. But yeah, maybe they wouldn't have I don't know, maybe would they have rickety tables like in their tavern area though? I don't think it'd be like regal, and we don't really have any regal furniture, and I don't want to model any specific for this. I just don't think it would like make that much of a difference. Oh, we could also have an upstairs right here. Like this is kind of set up to be like have an upstairs. Bill, sorry I missed your message. Did you mull over my suggestion for a spin-off? Oh, I know, like the single player thing, like the story driven one. Yeah, I thought about it. I just don't, there's a couple issues with it. Like, not necessarily your idea, but like just a couple issues with like doing a spin-off like that. So one, a single player experience is a lot of like specific coding where we have to like code in a lot of like events and stuff, right? You, like if we did like a single player like story driven like game, you could be like, oh, this is the story of so and so, a paladin or something, you know. But then you got to build like a whole epic adventure and like journey, and like it's very very specific and very tailored. And even if it's not like an open world thing where you're just like, if it's like linear where you're like, oh, we have to explore through this one area, and it's very like walled off and like on rails, you still have to like design a very specific like long-winded adventure. And I just think that's going to take months, if not like a year or 2 years, you know, to like build a whole adventure around that. And then you have to like script it and everything. And while we could keep it like all the same mechanics and everything, and we could probably do something like that pretty easy, another issue is if it's like an hour long, or like let's just say it's like let's say we aim for like a 4-hour experience. If someone streams that, there's very 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 little reason for any player to go buy the game then at that point, because like they already know what's going on, right? So that's kind of an issue for that. And which is what I ran into with my horror game that I made a while back. I made a horror game. It got streamed by Markiplier and Jacksepticeye, and I was like, oh my god, this is it. I made it big now. And then like that game kind of blew up, but it made like $10 total because no one was buying it, and because everyone already seen it, right? So the only people that downloaded and played the game were people who wanted to also stream it or make YouTube videos of it. And so like it blew up on YouTube. It was really popular all over YouTube, but like no one bought the game. Mostly because it was pay what you want. But even then, like it was like a 10-minute like horror game experience. Even if they did buy it, they'd probably just refund it, right? So could be decision driven to not spoil that much. Yeah, but like a streamer is not going to do that, right? A streamer is not going to like play the game and be like, I don't want to spoil the game for you guys. Like, you know what I mean? They're going to play the whole game, especially if it's like a 4-hour experience. They can do that in one stream. So like, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But still, Gianna and I, in fact, a while back, we actually thought about doing a prologue game, which is literally the exact same Swords and Magic like mechanics and everything, the same game, except it's a prologue and it's built around a new area, like a small little area, like one zone basically, very small, and it's based on the land you came from before you came to Tyrwin. So you make your own character, like a little tiny zone, you save up some money, and you buy passage to Tyrwin, to like the mainland. So that was like the idea. Like we thought that'd be really cool, and there's really not any reason not to do that. It was also going to be free. The idea was like we'd build like this little free game and then promote it, and then we thought, especially if it was multiplayer and stuff, had all the same mechanics, a little bit of player housing built into it and everything. Like we thought, like how would players not like it? But then we thought like, and also another cool thing about it is it's sort of like a negative review buffer, because if you have this like free, I think stats show streaming still benefits narrative games. It depends. I think it depends, Lewis. It didn't benefit my game, that's for sure. I mean, it did. You got more views on the game, but like, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so like if we did like a free game and players download it for free and they were like, wow, this game sucks, like I don't like the combat mechanics, it feels clunky, whatever, you know, like I don't like the art style, whatever, and they leave negative reviews. It's on a free game, so the negative reviews really don't matter, right? It doesn't affect me in any way really, other than just it makes my feelings, you know, hurt a little bit. But like, who cares? And then what that does is then those people are definitely not going to go buy Swords and Magic and leave a negative review, right? So I thought it'd be a really cool way to do like a review buffer, as well as like promote the game, so it like a ton of people would play it because it's free. And if they really liked it, they'd be like, wow, I can go buy this $20 game that's like a full size, like a whole open world game, but in this exact same vein, like it's the same thing. And ideally we'd like let players move their characters over and stuff too, if that was possible. But so that was the idea, and I think something like that would work really well. But again, it's still also just banking on Swords and Magic continuing to grow, and I just don't know if that's, I'm just afraid that like Swords and Magic is kind of done. Like I'm afraid that people are bored of it. The people who have played it have moved on, you know, and that's fine. Like right now we launched Steam achievements, and one of the Steam achievements says like 1.25% of people have got it, which is like, whoa, that's crazy that like no one's got that Steam achievement. And then you realize that's the biggest one. That's the one, like, it just like hitting level 10. You literally like you have to play the game for like an hour and you hit level 10. And like that's the achievement that's been gotten the most, which tells me that only 1% of players basically are still playing the game who have played the game before, which is understandable. But like when we do new updates and stuff, we don't really pull in old players again. So we're never really, I don't think we're ever going to get the same momentum that we got when we launched the game. So if we're expecting the game to do better ever than it did like at launch and like make us a bunch of money, I think that's a pipe dream, you know? Like I just think it's kind of crazy to think that that's ever going to happen, and it's like wishful thinking, and there's no reason to think that it's going to happen. So personally, I think a new game that can sell actual copies of, that has like, it's like a new experience and a new thing entirely, even if it's a spin-off and even if it's used the same assets and stuff, I think that's the way to do it. So, and earlier we were talking about the survival game, and I actually think we have a really good foundation for it now. And I think there's some like really cool ideas that we've already talked about that are going to be relatively easy to develop. And the majority of the like interesting content is going to be player driven, which is awesome and like huge. And I think it's like, it's going to be easy to develop because it's a spin-off. Like we're using the same assets and like the same code and stuff. So anyway, I'm really into it. And it's very unique. Like the way we're like kind of focusing it, I think is going to be very unique. Like it'll be different than other survival games now, which is something I was worried about before. My camera is losing its mind right now. Hold on. Actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm frozen here, but I'm still here. It was just like, oh, I forgot how to focus for a minute. Just trying to look to see what I can make while pushing my system to its limit. None of the stuff I'm currently working will end up making it into a game if I end up making a game. Removing a whole part of the material to compensate. Oh, crazy. That actually appears to not have fixed my issue, which means I messed up somewhere. Yeah. That tends to happen. Yeah, when I first started in Unreal Engine, I was like, I wonder if this is actually like viable to make like a whole game in. And so I started playing with like a conveyor belt idea. I've always had this idea for a long time about like a city, like a Sims game, but you control the character and you're like playing in a city, and like meeting a bunch of people. And I think Pumpkin is actually like straight up doing it now, which means I don't have to make it, which is awesome. I can just play her game when it's done. But I've always had that idea, and so like the first idea I had in Unreal Engine was like, can I even make like something like this work? So I decided I'm just gonna start with like a little factory thing where there's like a conveyor belt. It drops boxes onto the conveyor belt, and you pick them up and put them in, like you sort them. And I was really excited about that. And so I spent like a week, I think, like building that little prototype thing. And when I got it to work, and I was like, wow, I can make games in Unreal Engine. This is crazy. Because before that, I was making games in Stencil, which is a 2D engine, and this was my first attempt at like a 3D game ever. But I was already in school for game art and animation, so I knew how to make 3D art. So I made all the art myself and everything for it, which was fun. And then when I was able to stretch out the boxes and like make like random shapes and sizes and stuff, and I was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. I was so excited about it, and then I just kind of took off from there. So I started making lots more games in Unreal. And then this Swords of Magic was actually like my second project in Unreal. I've made like 60 cents, but like, yeah, this is like my second project ever in Unreal, and I'm still working on it to today for 6 years. So anyway, yeah, I know that this makes more sense to have like upgraded things. That is a good point, but I'm not going to do that because time reasons. I don't think the treasure hunters like would have money, but I don't know how much of their money they'd want to invest in this. If that makes sense. I don't know. It does make sense, but also like the game world, like the world of Terrawind, like there's not a whole lot of like regal like stuff going on either. Should we use this counter instead? But I don't think we have. We're just experimenting. Yeah, it's fine. Let's do it. Oh wait, hold on. What if we did? This is probably too close to the wall now. You think? Let's put a scale guy in here. Let's just put this guy in. This counter's really small. Let's scale him up. Let's go 1.25. Oops. I think we'll just leave that side open. Stool. I guess, you know, I guess we could go through and like change the material on all these to look a little more fancy if we wanted to do that. Honestly, this bar is too tall now. Let's make it shorter. Okay. New game? What's up, Hiker? No, this is Swords Magic. We're working on the Treasure Hunters Guild. Okay, so we've got a little area. Let's just move this couch over here. It's so... This is the one thing about Unreal Engine that I really wish they would fix. It's the most annoying thing. Like this, like trying to grab these. So how Maya... I'm not going to open up because I get into a tangent every single time. So you have to grab these like it's hard to show you. But like this thing. I have to grab right here in the center to grab both these axes at the same time. Maya puts it over here as like a square on all these. So you can see it from anywhere you like look. Like... This is the only angle that you would be at where you can't like hit it, right? Because it's like right behind this. And so you could just move a little bit like that and you're good to go. But here, I can't get it from any of these angles from like basically all around until here pretty much. It's so annoying. It's just like, it's such a simple thing. Like just move this selection thing out to here. It's like a little square. It's so simple, but it's like, it saves so much time and so much like tedium. Anyway, sorry. I'm done complaining. Maybe we put this over here so you can like walk in, or just center it. Let's just keep it centered for now, I guess. Okay, and then I really like the idea of a shop over here. I don't know if we're gonna put like, should we put like a shop counter? Or should we just like have like an NPC in here that just kind of like handles it? We'll see. What is the stream title? Is the stream title misleading? Is that why you asked about if I was making a new game? Oh, we need some lighting. Also, should we do the second floor? If we do the second floor, we can put the shop up there. Oh, getting an alarm. I'm glad we're making progress in here, but I am honestly pretty hyped about working on the survival game. I also don't think we need a second floor. I think if we do a second floor, we're just gonna have too much space and not enough like stuff to fill it with. And I think this is a good opportunity for like, we can put like statues or something up here. And then maybe later we can put, this could be a good opportunity to like, eventually we like expand and make a second floor if we need more space. Just leave it open. Yeah, I think I'll do this. Just because I don't like how the floor sits like this. Go too far. A little bit. Sucks better. So we could go. Yeah, it's fine. It'll be off, it'll be fine. And I don't like this either, but we can put something else there. What should we do there? Let's do a banner right there. We have hanging banners. I wish we had a different. I guess we could do one of these. No, I need a one-sided one. Can't be the crude one either. That doesn't work. The rotation's off. Also not gonna work. Oh. I don't like that piece there, but we can like put something over it, I guess. Let's just do, yeah, this is stupid. Let's just do, can we just have like a banner just like by itself? Whoops. Let me check that out. There, just boring old static mesh banner. We can just scale it however we want now. And the pivot's all messed up on it. We can change the pivot, I guess. Center it. And then hey. Puts it outside, but honestly, that's okay, right? Who cares? We can also scale it in if we guess we want to. Let's just scale it in so we have more controller outside. Okay. I know it's two-sided and like that's probably unnecessary and we could probably remove the other half, but fine. Let's say that make it look easy is I mean this part's pretty easy. What is happening? Just leave it open. Good camera angles. Ugh, win. Well 220. Bookcases maybe. Oh, that's a good idea. Bookcase is a good idea. They've become enlightened with the treasures they found. Yeah. So we'll do bookcases against this wall, I guess. And then, oh no, we had to do the maps there. Where we can put bookcases then? I guess we can put them here, and then we'll just have like, I think we're just gonna do like one little shop back there. Not what it's called. What's it called? Shop item. But actually it needs to be, oh no, furnish works. Dumb thing. Okay, we need, yeah, did you decide if we had treasure hunter outfits we can sell? I have two outfits. One of the, yeah, they're both very specific character outfits. Probably not an engine. Okay, let me look on the file share then. Outfits. I don't think so. Oh, I have treasure hunter assistant. That's the only one I have in here. It's that outfit. We can use that one. It's the main outfits folder. Is it in here? I didn't see it when I searched for it. Do you want to make an? We'll just sell this one. It's fine. I was gonna make a folder for it, but there's no point. I'll just move it in here. It's on a drive. Okay. I see. If there's any other ones you want to sell in here, we can, because this can be like, oh, this is an artifact, an ancient outfit worn by the Draken or something. It doesn't matter. We can do whatever. Mark for ad, and then we'll make a new clothing item format. We shouldn't be doing this right now. That's okay. Clothing. Fix my problem. I had accidentally had a UV attached to a rotation coordinate. Oh, you know, it's always the simple things. So this is where we're gonna have to override the value. Oh, interesting. Should we make, actually, how do we do selling items that use custom currency? Like if we have, like if you can trade in like tickets, like Witch's Eve tickets for like the food, can you sell that food again, or is it worth 0? Or is it just like worth such a small amount of gold? Posture check. and hydrate. Thanks, guys. Share forward so I can. It sells for gold. It's on the actual sell blueprint. I know that part, but I just wonder, like, does that mean if it costs, well, yeah, I guess it'd be worth like nothing, right? Because you put this at like 10 for like 150 or something, right? Or like, I don't know, like 60, 50. Let's just do 50 for now. So 50, assume knowing that like that's going to take 50 artifacts to buy, right? And then if you turn around and sold it, you get like 20 gold. So it'd be like stupid. Like you could make it worth like 1,000 and then override it and make it worth 50 artifacts. And then you could buy them with artifacts and then sell them to make gold. Which is interesting. Okay, we have this now. Copy that. Then we need to go items. Clear that. Right click. Scripted actions. Refresh library. And now we're going to item. Is it you put it here for the shop? Nope. You put it here for the shop. I need to take it out of here. Oh, right. I need to put this in here. Notes. Where to obtain. Save. Look at that, Jana. Using the new note system feature that I put in months ago. Kind of stinks you can't see the bottom of them, but it is what it is. Okay, so now this is where we have the override system now. We can do hide sold out sign. We don't want to show it, but it shouldn't matter anyway with these guys. Doesn't matter. Custom currency item. This is where we have treasure artifact. And then custom currency cost. This is where we can do like 50 here, and then we can make the gold worth more. Gold value override. Yeah, like that doesn't matter. That can just be 0, I guess. Cool. Loading a little bit. Okay, a lot bit. Cool. All right, now we have a shop thing. We need a shopkeeper, so we're gonna have to make some NPCs for in here. We need some like chandeliers. I don't think this prefab actually works. It does work? They're all slightly off. Oh, right, we can just make a light actor, that's right. Lamp, something, this one. And then we just swap this out for the chandelier. Booyah, perfect. It's like, I know what I'm doing. How many should we do? Just do 2 in here? 3 in here, maybe? all weird. I'm gonna try to move it. Let's just do 2. And we do Alt 7. That's fine. Maybe you could ask Sia for some. What? I don't get the joke. Chandeliers. What's Sia? Is Sia like a store outside of the United States that I'm not aware of? Or a store outside of Washington I'm not aware of? Never mind. The singer? Oh. That's a song? Maybe I'm too old to understand your joke. That could be the problem. I feel like that's close enough to centered. Okay, at least Abby. Abby knew. Kindred is terrible at artists and actors. Yeah. He knows the song. He couldn't tell you who sang it though. Yeah, probably not. I'm pretty good at. Well, it depends. There's some artists I know pretty well. Okay, what do we put in the middle of this? We need something, some like set piece in the middle of this thing. Like something's got to go in the center here. You know, it would have been cool to have like a fireplace in the center that has like 4 like fireplaces around. Oh, there's an ad. It didn't bother to warn me that time. So I didn't get a chance to tell you guys about it. Where is our pictures? Here's our references again. So this one has a big rug in the middle. And obviously half of a chair. Or half of, like obviously this is half of a little table here. That's important. They do have fancy chairs. Maybe we should just upgrade. This is nice. I like this. It's a cool little thing. We can do some fancy stuff. This is too fancy. I don't know, maybe it's not actually. This one's too fancy. This one's nice. We could do something like this. What if we just do like a balcony on the outside of it upstairs? And we could just be empty for now. We could just put like paintings on the walls or something. Let's do that. Maybe. Yeah. Should we? Yeah, I think we could do it. It would kind of like tie the room together. Let's try it. Okay, let's just use this floor. It'll be easier. Let's try it. Even if it's not like walkable, even if it just looks fancy, right? It'll just help like tie the room. We'll just do like that, maybe. We're gonna go in this corner because it's just how it's already set up. And that justifies this piece too. Nope. See, like when I don't want to click that middle thing, I click it. Sticking out, you are. We'll go much thinner on this one. We just need a little bit of a border. don't want to stretch it that much. That'll look ridiculous. VIP section maybe. The VIP, no one can reach it. That's kind of cool. You could do that. Only the number one best treasure hunter can get up there. How do you break a node link in BP without nuking all the connections? Yeah, so there's a couple ways you can do it. One is just grab the first thing I saw. This might not be a good thing to go with. Hang on, I'll show you some. Actually, there's one thing you should probably pick up, Thermal, that you're probably gonna want. There's a plugin called Node Graph Assistant. It's this one right here. This is like an absolute must-have for me in every version of the engine, every single project I've ever worked on. If I start a project and I'm playing around and I'm like working on something and I realize I don't have this, I immediately like set it, like enable it and then restart the engine because it's like that important. So it's a plugin. It's $15, well worth it in my opinion. It lets you do things like this. So we can just right click and do like this, and then you can drag it close and it auto snaps. It'll also let you grab things and wiggle them off. It'll also let you do like oh man, player data, player what's it called? There we go. All right, so if you have like a bunch of structs like this, what am I trying to do? I don't know what I'm trying to show you. But you can like, if you want to like plug the same thing in like multiple places, you can do that. I don't know. There's a bunch of things you can do. I don't know what I was trying to show you there. This is super handy. And then also it has this cool tool that like you hold Alt down and you can drag and it becomes scissors, and then you can just snip wires. And that's super handy. This is what I want to show you. It's like a sequence node. You can like click and then hold shift and just down like that, which is cool. It also, you can turn off auto insert and auto connect. Oh, auto insert's cool too. If I do like a branch, you can like snap it between these, right? Yeah, that can get a little annoying when you're like have multiple connections really close to each other, but still. Another cool thing that you might not know about just in like Blueprint in general is when you have like an input pin like this, you can right click on it and promote to variable, which is like way faster than going in here and making the variable and choosing the type and everything. It just automatically makes it. And whatever default condition this was already on, this is what it sets to default. So if I had this on true already, so this condition is going to be like file, it's true by default. That's super handy. Go back and watch. It's important. Yeah, clip. You guys can clip it if you want. That'd be a cool clip for me to post on wherever, YouTube or TikTok or something. So yeah, this is like, I really think the node graph assistance is super helpful, and I don't think I could work without it. You can also change the wire style if that is something you're interested in. I don't care for it. I just use the default wire style. I guess this one's not too bad, but it's like, meh. There's other wire style like plugins you can get that are better than this one in my opinion, but yeah. I guess the nice thing about this one is it's like really easy to like straighten your wires, you know, when they're crooked. Well, maybe you don't actually if you have like something like way out here, right? Then you're like, I guess it doesn't matter at that point. You can't tell anyway. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I would do. And I think just this tool alone, being able to like snip all those at the same time is like really, really useful. There's that. Yeah, the marketplace. You just pop open your Unreal or your Epic launcher. You just click marketplace. Also, since you're working on Unreal Engine now, you're gonna want to take advantage of the free stuff. So head here, and then go to free and do free for the month, and grab all these because these are all free this month, and you'll get another set of like I think it's usually 5 or more assets every single month. And these ones all together came out to, I think it's like $109.40. So there's $150, 100 or $225. They're $35 to 60, something like that. Almost $300 worth of content right here that you just get for free. Oh, you already grabbed it? Cool, yeah. There's also a free, there's like the permanently free collection, which is like, it's good stuff, but like not all of it's like the best. This is like, this will be free forever, so there's no rush to grab it. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, plugins are awesome though. If you search for, you're just browsing, you can do code plugins. There's a lot of cool things in here that like just make things work better. The Node Graph Assistant is like the most important one in my opinion. Like I would not work on a project without that. I had to do it with Girls Make Games, so I do a thing called Girls Make Games every summer. Well, not every summer, but last summer I did. I'm probably not doing it this summer, to be honest. Where you teach a bunch of girls like ages like I think it's 8 to 18 how to make games, and we used Unreal Engine last year. So I taught my team Unreal Engine, and we couldn't use Node Graph Assistant because it cost $15, and not every girl could buy that. And so we had to use without it. And I was like, there were so many times I was like, yeah, just go ahead and like click this button or like wiggle this off or whatever. And like, they're like, what? And I'm like, no, don't do that. Sorry. Oh, another thing that you probably know about already, but if you have multiple nodes, like this, and you want to straighten them, you can highlight both the nodes, select them both and hit Q, and it'll automatically like snap for you. So it just straightens the wire. That's something I use a lot. I used to think that it depended on which one you selected first, but I don't think it is. I don't even know why or like how it determines which one gets snapped, but that's kind of annoying. But once you have them snapped, you can just drag them back down to where you want. So anyway, that's another useful little tip. Node Graph Assistant, already found it. Got a dip though. All right, catch you later. Good luck. Really annoying trying to like scale these. I don't want it touching. I want like a small space. Good enough. Okay, and then we'll just grab these pieces and duplicate them over here. Okay, so we have that. I think this is gonna look cool. And then we're gonna do, the next thing I wanna do is, what are these things called? This little like, you know what I'm talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. What are they called? Pillar, where's the pillar at? These like pieces. Oh, this is for the roof end. Show in folder. Brace, sure. I think we'll use these ones. We'll grab this rotation. Pardon me? Did I accidentally copy that? Wait, what? Okay, we'll use these ones, I guess. Good enough. I want these to reach all the way to the end, basically. And then we're gonna do we're gonna get a little fancier with this. Maybe environment, or like a dungeon. Ruins? Modular druid dungeon? We could do these, actually. Should have done this instead of these pieces. That's okay, let's replace them. This will look better, and we'll just make this oak wood. Or actually dark wood will look nicer. And then we just need the pillar. Where are the centerpieces? Did I just do these? Hero crypts. We can use like a banister maybe? No, those are... one of these pillars, but I need like a smaller one. You can use one of these. This will work. Maybe not, actually. This is going to take quite a bit fatter to put this in here. We can do that. We could do this and have it go all the way to the ceiling, I guess. Oh, I just realized that ceiling has a hole in it. Cute. Why? Why is that just not all the way over? Okay, let's go in here and do modeling. And let's do transform, select, hold, you got the whole face. Great. And then, wait, can I not move it? Did transform. I assumed that meant I could move this. Cancel? Transform? I guess maybe I just do transform when I select it. Well, how am I supposed to, what does this do? Complete? Okay. Nope, this isn't what I want. How do I do this, guys? I kind of assumed that we could do transform and then select and then click transform and move it. But once you do transform, it's just like, this is just a tool. Oh, please don't crash. It's gonna crash. We crashed it by trying to select the other triangle. Oh wait, not crashing? What the? Oh, did I just select something else? I select a random, yep, I did. Okay, how do I move it now? Good luck wrapping this up. Gotta head out. See you later, Matt. Yeah, I don't think there's any way for like me to move this. We're just gonna have to snap another piece in here, I think. Create a polygroup. Can I then like, okay, great. Now I have a polygroup, but now can I do like polygroups and I just like, nope, cancel. Loop, insert, edit, poly deform, poly edit. Ah. What? Why would you just... I feel like we're close. Poly edit has to be what I'm doing, or what I want to do. Maybe it is poly deform. Someone help me. It's disconnected though. Maybe I can grab like... This is not exactly what I wanted. Okay, I give up. We're just gonna... This would just be so much easier just to move another floor piece over. This is a big building with nothing in the top floor. Good enough. You can kind, you know what? Let's pull it up a little more. I feel like you'd rather not, because like you're not going to see that lip then if it's not sticking out. So I'd rather it be like up a little too high, unless you're over here, in which case you're never going to see it anymore. Save. I thought you were going to leave it open. I didn't put the ceiling on it. That was already there. Oh, I just checked out that blocking volume that I did. Okay. There's an ad, so you can't see this, so I can't even argue with you right now. Let's see. We need to have snapping turned on. I think it needs to be 100. Yep. I didn't let go of Alt. Alright, so this is going to be a problem. That definitely adds the fanciness to it, doesn't it? But I don't think I like these having pillars all the way to the ceiling on every single one of them. Especially since these are like... These are going to have to be like this wide to like make this look okay, and this is going to be dumb. So I don't think we're going to use those pillars. So I do think maybe we should go like up to here. Oh, it's higher. I thought you were closing the second floor. I have an ad right now, so I can't see your response. Yeah, I know. I think it's just gonna be the simple pillar. That's probably fine. It's not perfect. But like we can add, these guys can be like on the ends. Also, we need to scale 2 of these out. Two is kind of the sweet spot. I've noticed if you just do one of them, it's really obvious. If you just do like 2 of them, like players won't notice that they're scaled out, right? Like they'll never notice those are stretched out. But one of them would be really obvious. All right, so we grab that. We might want to grab these pillars. And do one down here for these corners. Yeah, I think I like that. Is that ad over, Jana? Yeah, I was covering, there's a hole here in this ceiling piece. I was covering this hole. I didn't put this ceiling piece in. I'm not even gonna try to mess with up here. This is a nightmare up here. So I was just covering that ceiling piece up so you couldn't see up there. And I cover up this piece. That's about it. I'm gonna get rid of that piece too. This piece here, right here, we'll get rid of. What are we doing? What happened? Okay, that was weird. How much should I cover of that? All of it. Okay, pretty good to me. Okay, then we go through and remove these pieces. These pieces, dang it. Pull those up more. See, I think that adds something that like kind of closes in the room. It looks nice. Let's save. Save before we lose all that work and have to do it again. And like this, there's really not gonna be anything up here. Like we can put like pictures on the walls, I guess, but that's like it. And I think that's okay. Okay, we lost a piece in here somehow. Good enough. And now we need to grab all these. They're all named the same thing, so replace them. That's fine. That right there is like the most annoying thing about Unreal Engine to me. Like I've grabbed the pieces and I have the pivot point wherever I want them, and then it changes my pivot point. Don't change my pivot point. I liked it there. We're gonna grab all of these and hopefully it doesn't change our pivot point here. There we go. Like, that's dumb. That's like, why are these guys not moving? There are definitely some like level design like hiccups with Unreal Engine that I think are kind of tedious. Like, what is this doing? You know what I mean? Like why is it doing this? Like I've grabbed it in its specific axis on purpose and then it just decides that it's going to do that. There's no rhyme or reason to that happening. Man, Unreal Engine sucks. Who would use this garbage engine? Terrible. Okay. I think we're pretty much there. Where did the piece go that... Oh, I did delete those, I guess. So we should probably do these pieces. We have a weird like overlap thing going on here, which we should fix. I can't see the thing to drag it down to fix it. Good enough. And close enough. So these guys are kind of ugly now. So we should probably remove... No, I don't like that at all. Never mind, we're not gonna have these here. That's okay, it's fine. I like them here. They look nice here. It's too bad we have this overhang that does like nothing for us. You can't even see it like really from outside. I guess a little bit you can. That's okay. That's just like we didn't plan for this, so it happens. All right. What else do we have here? We need to... Let's do these guys then. I'm gonna make them dark wood. So don't kind of match the theme here. And then I don't think we'll do them all the way around. Maybe we should. Maybe we should. Like, should we do it on all of them? I don't know. Or should we just do them on like places where they match up? Or should we do them on all these? Is it set to local Y instead of global Y? Yeah, it is set to local, but I want it to be local. Because I wanted to move it in local space according to where that thing was shaped for space. Was placed. Oh. have a bit of a problem here. Good enough. We're always gonna have a little bit of like those weird offsets just because like this wasn't like built on a grid. Good enough. Okay, and then we'll just duplicate these to the other side, I think, too. I kind of want to just like that looks terrible. I don't know. I can't tell if I like these or not. What do you guys think? Maybe they actually should be oak wood since they're kind of like coming from these pieces. I guess like I like them. They add a little extra to it and they make it feel a little more believable, you know? It's fine. We'll leave them. We're gonna have to can't just mirror these ones though, because I'm pretty sure they're gonna be different on the other side. Actually in there quite a ways. These aren't sticking on the other side, are they? Good. See, like we already got like broken pieces right here. Oh, that's my fault. It's not perfectly straight, that's for sure. Oh god, it's definitely not perfectly straight. I need to move this over by like 1 degree. Hold on, I'll just rotate it. I mean, obviously I'll rotate it. Rotate it in Z, but which direction? -21 maybe? Nope, -19. That's too much too. Way too much. It needs to be like -19 point. Do we get it? That's dumb. All right, we're there. Yeah. All right, we'll duplicate these now. Like this one feels weird right there next to the. No, I guess it's fine. Oh no, now we're going through this side. Wait, what? Oh, what? Why my negative not work? I finally get it. It's so tedious. Okay, save, we're done. Maybe it's a rounding thing. Yeah, I don't know what it was. It was probably like, this is a weird bug. I don't know. It fixed as soon as I grabbed a different model. Yeah. These look like they're actually snapped. Or not. You never know when they're actually on the grid and set up correctly. I'm trying to make sure we avoid Z fighting. Looks like we're good though. I don't care if they're perfect. They just gotta be close. Okay, and then the last thing is we should probably do these ones too. Can't do this. All right, we're done with that then. Okay, let's put some paintings on the walls upstairs, and the whole upstairs will be done. Oh, I guess we could do like trophy. We have some trophy heads. Not that like the treasure hunters are like into that, but like it does fit the the aesthetic we're going for, kind of. I don't know if we can put this over the fireplace. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, kind of dumb. It would be nice there, but I don't. Yeah, it's just not gonna work. Okay, so let's just do one like. Oh, there's so many windows in this building. It would have been nice to just like have one section of wall without a window, and especially like because they're like so randomly offset. It's weird. I put like a wyvern head up here, not, you know, on the other side of the planet. You know, that would have been nice. I don't know. I really don't know why this isn't like snapping where I drag things. Oh. What is happening with this guy? Is this a weird material that's broken? What's wrong with this thing? It must be the material. That's fine, we'll just do this one. This feels weird. Maybe we should like, we can go a little smaller with it, but like it can't be that small. And if I go too low, then you can't like see it. Maybe we don't have this. Because there's just no space for like hanging this kind of stuff. All right, let's just do there's just so many damn windows. Like, why do we have so many windows? Like, we knew this was the Treasure Hunters Guild from the beginning too. It's even called that. Like, we knew this was the Treasure Hunters, but I guess we weren't planning on putting stuff on the walls. Okay, so new deal. We snap them to these. Sucks it's already so blurry. I was gonna scale it even more, but I guess it doesn't matter. It's blurry because of we reached our texture limit in editor. What's the button? R dot texture. Now, pool size. No, but not. Oh, that did work. That's a little blurry, blown up. Okay. Okay. There's just like no indication if those things work there. Okay. Cool. We have some stuff here. We really need a thing there. We'll just put on these, I guess. That's fine. Who cares? We need new maps here, though. We could try swapping this out for. I don't think we have any other maps. What if we do this? What if we duplicate this? Let's do Woods, I guess. I don't know if this will even work. We're gonna try it though. We could do like the full world map too. I mean, it kind of works. The swords magic, there's a swords magic section that's like cut off a little bit. Sure, why not? Let's do that one. Just came in. What are you working on? What's up, Alt P? Alt P? I'm gonna go with that. I'm just doing some level design. We're decorating out a guild hall for the treasure hunting guild. The treasure hunters. Trying to decide what to put in the center though. I need something in the center of this room. What if we did do another fireplace? What if we did a... Oh, not like that. Where do we put it? Like right... This area we can put another table, I guess. This might be too much. We'll put it here. We're gonna have some overlapping stones probably that are gonna look dumb. Oh yeah, we've kind of... Well, I guess it's fine. So we kind of like took over the... I don't know, it's not the end of the world. It's not terrible. It's gonna be hard to match up the stones on the top though. Are you matched up perfectly? Yep. Oop. Oh. Oh my god. Click 90. I'm so blind. We can do something like that, and we'll just like kind of center it, obviously. That kind of takes up some space, and just like, then we put some like chairs in front of it and some rugs. That'll look kind of nice. The problem is, I guess we need to just scale these out. And there's a stupid one at the top here, which we really don't need. We can just stretch these. Right, turn off snapping. That is probably... Oh no, I didn't grab all of them. Oh yeah, and we... It's fine. Okay, good enough. My only concern with this is that we definitely need area over here for the maps. Like, where else could we put the maps if we were going to do that? We could just center this in the like in the middle, I guess. Like, it's kind of cool there. And we still have plenty of space for the maps. And then we put all the maps here. I just don't like, then this area is just gonna be kind of empty, but like maybe that's fine. Yeah, this is for a new update that's coming out next month, the treasure hunting update. And in that update, you'll be able to dig up buried treasure and then bring these, like, you'll find treasure and loot and stuff in there. All pretty relative to the location you're in. Actually, it's kind of the same loot, which is kind of boring, but you'll also find artifacts, and the artifacts are like a currency that you bring to the treasure hunters, and you can buy new outfits. But primarily and more importantly, you can trade them in to buy maps. And then when you get the maps, what if, okay, so we still don't know exactly what the like reward is going to be for the maps. But yeah, so you buy anyway. So yeah, we're gonna have like, let's actually do this right now. Let's just do like some podium. Is it a podium? No, we have a display case. We could do. I think we might do. I was kind of picturing it as like the maps were like in glass cases. And they're going to be reputation locked. So I think maybe what we'll do is like, you bring artifacts in. The first map will just be available for all players basically. And that'll give them like their first bit of reputation when they turn it in. So yeah, so we'll have like, let's just use these for now, and then we'll think about if we want to do this differently or not. So it's supposed to be 10, but we don't have to make it 10. Make it 10. That's just like an obvious number. We'll make it 7. We'll make it 7 lost treasures or something. Who knows? These are probably too busy. We'll probably like, maybe we'll do like something simpler and set the map like floating above it or like setting above it or something. Who knows? We'll figure it out. Anyway, so there's gonna be a map in each one of these display cases. I think we have like a map mesh. As soon as Unreal wants to respond. Yes, we can do like, these things do not want to snap where they're supposed to be. We have all these maps and these display cases. And then the first one will be like free, like not free, but you'll spend artifacts on it. It'll just be, you know, you can just get it. And the next one will have like, you need like 100 reputation. The next one will be like 500 reputation or whatever. And you'll get reputation by turning these things in. And I think you can also just, maybe you just trade in the artifacts for reputation. So you just, there's like a shopkeeper or whatever here, and he'll be like, oh yeah, do you have any artifacts for me? And he'll just like take your artifacts and give you reputation for them. So you can just turn them in. And then when you have enough reputation, then you can just you can use artifacts to buy one of these maps. And then this map will have you'll use the map, it'll show you a picture of a location, and you'll have to like figure out that location, go there, and then dig it up based on the X in the map. So the hardest part is gonna be like me making those maps, like drawing them, which is fine. I'm just gonna go like, oh, here's a location here, and we'll just like grab a location that's like somewhat, like there's a little bit of familiarity in it, like there's gonna be a river in it, right? And we'll just like take a screenshot, I'll open up in Photoshop or whatever, and I'll just do like a quick like, you know, like outline like I do with the maps, just trace it, and then I'll just put like a red X or whatever right there, and then players will have to like line this up basically by looking at the map and then like wandering around and looking at the map. I think that'll be fun little treasure hunting. And then once they find it, they'll dig it up. And now this is the part I don't really know what we're doing with. Like, so you find the treasure, but like, what is it then? Because like the original idea was like, these are cool treasures that you want to keep and collect, right? So maybe it's like, maybe it's a new weapon, maybe it's a new trinket, maybe like it could be a number of things, right? We can make it all kinds of new things. Maybe it's a new spell. Like we can do a bunch of cool stuff that are like only locked behind this. Or who knows, the one piece, yeah. Do you know where I can find info on what nodes hook into what nodes? In materials or in blueprints in general? Materials. I don't. I would say you could go to gamedev.tv. Opportune time for an ad to pop up. I don't know. With materials, it's kind of weird. Honestly, materials are like way over my head. I don't really understand materials. I would probably just go watch some tutorials. I think it's sort of like, I think it becomes kind of self-explanatory once you kind of are familiar with it. Like seeing, like, oh, I know this is a like a vector 3 output, so I know what this can go into. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would just watch some like, you know, who's a really good person to watch is Prismatica. Uh, Google Prismatica on YouTube, and he also streams, and he's like extremely knowledgeable about materials. He's like my go-to guy when I have a material question. Actually, I say that, but I've never actually reached out to him for materials. I would like go to his videos if I have questions. That's what I meant. He's my go-to like tutorial video, whatever. Advertisement, of course there is. Here, I'll find the link for you. Okay. That link. That link. Sorry, we're getting doubled music. Just realized. I don't know what his schedule is like. He just streamed 13 hours ago, so he's probably not streaming again for a while. What do you guys think of this? Do you like the fireplace here? Should we rotate it the other way? I think maybe the other way makes more sense. We need more banners around. Maybe two banners right next to each other is a little much, but like, oh, it's just since they're doing this dumb thing. Got it. It doesn't work. Can't hang them in front of the windows. There's so many windows. I can't like put them between those things. I guess I could scale them down a bit. Oh, and also we could hang them from the balcony. If we could hang them like from here. I don't know, should we do that? Because then they're gonna be like in the way of the players like walking too. And they're doubled up. That's gonna be annoying. I guess we could hang them from here. And they're kind of like not in the way as much. That's kind of nice. Do that. Maybe we can make a modified version of this that doesn't have the back on it. Or we could find Another banner piece. Wait, what? Why is my meshes folder only showing 2 static meshes? I'm so confused. What's going on here? Is there really only 2 things in this folder? I have a meshes folder and a mesh folder. Of course we do. That makes sense. Okay, so we just do banner. And we have this one. Yeah, we really just need like, we need one of these. But like, I don't know, I guess this could work. Well, that won't work. Are those the only ones that are really sticking? No, they're all sticking out that far, huh? Oh, this side isn't. That side I might have messed up. All right, let's just pull them back in. Yeah, I guess this is okay. And we just make this a banner. There are a lot of banners in here. Bandit, Bank, Harbor, Druid. This is fine. This one also has... Yeah, I think I like these hanging from that there better anyway. A little more dynamic that way. And we do this. Or is it going to break them all? Oh wait, are they flipped? We had them all backward. No. Okay, that's better. Is that gonna be in the player's way when they first come in? Yeah, it is. That's stupid. And then maybe we'll move this one over one more to keep them balanced. And those won't be as much in the player's way. I'm starting to think maybe the fireplace is just too much. Like maybe we just put like a little rug and like a couple like maybe this just like a little seating area to chat. Let's just slide it out for now. We can put it back if we want it. Maybe instead we just do like a little rug, a little circular rug. We don't have any circular rugs. Of course we don't. Why would we have a circular rug? It's all big cubes. we need like a little armchair. There's a reading nook. Try this. I think we have like a footstool, don't we? Make a footstool. That's so ugly. Let's do let's make these red. We're gonna go through and like change all the colors now. We're gonna do like a gold and red, I think. Do red. Yeah, so we'll theme everything red, and then it would be nice if we had, maybe we should swap these out. Should we do like big dining tables instead? A little fancier. We could put chairs at it, actually. Would it make more sense to put chairs at it than benches? I don't know. Maybe the chairs are like too much. Obsessed with the fireplace, so cozy. Oh, you like the fireplace in the center? And we have one over here still. So there's that. But yeah, if we really like the fireplace in the center, we can put it back. I was just thinking it was a little too busy and like kind of covered the whole room. And when you walk in, you just get blasted with like a fireplace, and you're like, well, what? It's like immediately overwhelming. So I was thinking it might make more sense if we had like a little more openness. Like, I think I like a little more open. What? Not there. We need more like plants and stuff too. We'll decorate more. Not sure how I feel about the tables yet. I think they're okay. Obviously not as busy. And these boxes will go too. These will go away. They're just staying here for, because all this is on a separate layer basically. So when this actually goes out to like as an update, like all this will be gone, right? So you won't see any of it. And then when we actually set this live, then we'll turn it on and you can see it all. That's the progress we made today. Not too bad. I think it's pretty close. I think we just need some details on the bar, some details on the tables. Oh yeah, and this table needs to go away, I guess. If we want to do a fancier table, I think I have a fancier table. Maybe I don't. We also have these tables. I don't know why that keeps dropping to the floor. Why is that so small? Oh, it's a coffee table. That explains why it's so small. I'm kind of thinking these should actually be oak wood. That feels better. We can swap these chairs out for these guys. And we definitely just swap the table out though. Substrate materials? Well, yeah, probably not. I just thought like if you were looking for like general like how to do like material stuff, he'd be a good person to go watch. If you're just like trying to learn the basics. Anyway. We don't really have much of a fancy like table. Like, this is like the fanciest one we got for this size, and like it's a little small. That's a pretty big stretch to get it to look right. It looks a little off. It's weird I never made a fancy like small table. This is like one of the very first models I ever made for the game. This is like an incredibly old model. I guess this could work. It's not as fancy though. Maybe we just do this one. No, it's too rickety. I don't know. Let's just leave it as this one. That's fine. There, it's a lot fancier now. Hope everyone's happy about the being a little fancier. And we don't need to do, like, maybe we'll do 5 maps. It doesn't matter. We could do 1 map per zone, even. Maybe 2 maps per zone. I don't know. Doesn't matter. We'll do whatever. Oh, this looks bad. I didn't realize these look so bad. They need to go. They need to be higher. Okay, so we're gonna have to grab all of them then. This is so dumb. What's that? It's not ideal over here, but it's fine. This wall could use another painting. Oh, we could put the dragon head there. Let's do that. It doesn't have to be, I guess we could just do like a boar. We don't have to do the dragon. Should we do the dragon? We could even like take this out. No, we could replace it with this. And then put the dragon up there. The red also like matches. Yeah, I think I like that. What do you guys think? You can see it from like the angles you need to see it from. So that's cool. Whatever, I'll look around more tomorrow. Need sleep. Cool. Fair enough. Good luck. Good luck with designing your treasure guild thing. Thanks. Peace out. You're welcome for all the small amount of help I was able to give. Okay, I'm happy with this. This is looking pretty cool. And yeah, it would be nice to have like 2 things of furniture or like something here and then some more stuff you can buy here. I love the idea of buying food here for artifacts, like maybe 1 artifact for like food. I don't know, that might be a lot. Maybe we should drop like 3 to 5 artifacts or something every time you loot it, and then you need like a stack of 100 to like buy a map. That way you only have to dig up like 1 chest and you can get like 3 like meals. I guess we could just make them worth gold. I don't know. I like the whole like you have to be a member of the treasure hunters to like do this stuff. I don't know. I kind of like it. All right, let's call that a day. It is 5:30. I am hungry and I'm done. I think I might work a little bit. No, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm considering doing a little work on the survival game now that we've got it kind of up and running. Maybe later. I kind of want to like just get like a basic like area kind of blocked out and like get the basics working and see how that goes. Oh snap! Crazy Mike just raided us back. We were literally just gonna go raid somebody else. What's up, Mike? Thanks for the raid, man. My name's also Mike, by the way. I'm not as crazy as you though. So welcome in everybody. How was your stream, Mike? What were you working on? No, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You forgot to say. Oh, you forgot to say the raid message. Okay, no, you should worry about that. That's. Whoops. I don't think I've ever done a raid message. Maybe like early on. If you welcome in, I am Kindred Games. Mike muted? My mic's not muted. Did it? What? Get raided, Kindred. What's up, Cooley? Crazy Mike was working on loops. That's fun. That's Mike's crazy raid. That's Mike's crazy raid message. Mike. That's pretty funny. That's a fun. Can't hear. What do you mean you can't hear? Okay. Now I'm just confused. I was working on www, the World Wide Web. That's awesome. I was working on this. We started with this today, an empty building, and we just decorated this all out on stream. We also did a whole bunch of chatting about another game project I'm working on, or I'm going to start working on soon. But yeah, so we're working on this. This is a treasure hunters guild for our game Swords and Magic and stuff. It's in this town of Sleepy Haven, which is a pretty big little town. Pretty big little town, you know how it is. Yeah, and this is a game called Swords and Magic and stuff. It's a casual cooperative open world RPG. You start over here on this little island of Azura and go on a whole adventure. It's multiplayer, up to 16 players. It's on Steam in early access right now. You can buy it and check it out. And you can dig it because with the treasure hunting update, we're actually adding in buried treasure. So you just grab a shovel, and as you're wandering around exploring the world, you can find like little buried little like dig spots. I'll show you one. It's this guy. You'll see like one of these guys and you'll be like, whoa, what's that? And you can dig it up. Got a little mark on it. You can dig it up and you get treasure and you get artifacts. And then you take the artifacts into these guys and they will trade you reputation for artifacts. So you get a bunch of them and you can get the treasure hunter reputation. And then once you get certain levels of reputation, you can buy these maps, which are like special magic, special rare maps, whatever. And they're like gonna go like in, they'll be like in tiers, you know, like up to like 10 or something. I haven't decided yet. But when you buy the maps, they're gonna show like a picture of like a location. If you played Elder Scrolls Online, it's straight up ripped from that. So you'll have like a picture of a location, like maybe something like this. So you like see like, oh, there's a bridge in this picture, like it'll be like hand painted. Like I'm just gonna take a screenshot and then do like trace over it real quick. Because I do maps like that, like of when this was, like this map. This is how we do our in-game maps. Here, I'll just like traced pictures so you can like see where you're at in the game. So it'll be like that, sort of in that style. like drawn in there, and then it'll have like a little X or something, and you'll be like, oh, there's a treasure there, but you won't see the dirt pile in the world. Like that won't show up. And if you don't have the map in your inventory, you can't dig there, so people can't just like cheat and look it up online. You actually have to have the map. Just add an external camera. Oh, hold on, let me catch up. Did you transition to UE5 yet? Don't remember. Nope, not yet. Not planning on it. These assets custom made. Yes, I model everything you see. Everything is world modeled by me, except for, everyone always catches me on this, there's like a birdhouse and a tiny hat that other people on my team modeled at one point. That's like literally the only things that are not made by me. Everything else in here is modeled by me. We have 1,500 items in the game. Every single one was modeled, and I want to say at least half the icons were made by me. The other half were made by one of our really handy texture artists named Soupy. He also did like 95% of the outfits in the game. Like all the characters have little outfits on. Yeah, he did all the outfits for them. But yeah, it's a pretty big little, I guess I gotta stop saying little. It's a pretty big RPG. There's at least, depending on what you want to get into, there's at least like 100 hours of content. But we have players who have over 1,000. So a bunch of little NPCs you can talk to. They'll have their own custom unique dialogue. None of them are generic like hello adventurer. Like they're all their own people with their own names. Many of them have quests. Many of them have like secret quests and stuff. There's lots of stuff in the game. Why you decide UE5 over Unity? This is UE4. I like UE5 and I use UE5 for other projects. But we started this game before UE5 came out. We've been working on this for 6 years. And by the time UE5 came out, the game was just so big that transitioning from one engine to another one breaks things. And it just wasn't worth the effort to fix it, because UE5 doesn't really give us anything that we need for this game. You know, we don't need like nanite because it's low poly. We don't need lumen because it's like stylized and we like have our own like aesthetic that we like. So yeah, and I say we, but I'm literally working this solo now. But there was a team of 5 people at one point for like 2 years. Yeah, we couldn't afford it anymore. The game came out, made money, and then stopped making money, and so now I'm like trying to finish the early access to get it to like 1.0 so I can call it quits and move on from it. But yeah, so I'm working solo now because it's not making much money. There's the whole spiel. That's everything. But the reason I use this over Unity is because blueprints is the #1 thing. I really like blueprints a lot because I'm a visual person. I'm more of an artist than a programmer. But I love programming and blueprints, and I've come a long way and learned to make a lot of stuff. Like, this is a game's multiplayer, and I'm very confident in my ability to be able to make any multiplayer game that I'd like to make. That's cool. And all the points of interest are just only visible on the external camera. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Well, that's cool. Do you plan on having a discount on your game? My game? Yeah, there's lots of discounts. Every month it goes on sale pretty much. You just missed a sale. We did a sale for the what was it? Was it not just on sale? The winter sale. For the Steam winter sale. We also do, oh, that's another thing we do that's really cool. We have seasonal events that we do where we update the game with the seasonal event, and then for like 2 weeks or so you have like this whole event. Like, one of them is called Frostfall. So what happens is, let me show it off. Let me find it. Seasonal levels, Sleepy Haven seasonal Frostfall. Boom. So this, what? That's not all of it. Switch the, there it is. Yeah, okay, so around winter time we have this like Christmas event, so all these like decorations show up. The whole world also becomes snowy. Like, this is all like summer looking, but it all becomes snow. It's like everything for like 2 weeks. And then these portals show up, and you can talk to the snowman here. He's actually an NPC, and he'll like give you, if you bring him ornaments, which you find from chests all over the world during the event, he'll open the portal for you, and then that takes you all the way to this cool zone clear over here, which I can't get to because that thing actually, hold on. That's the one. This zone, which is a whole winter zone, all like Christmas zone. And this has like a whole bunch of quests and stuff in it. You can like, this guy will teach you how to toast marshmallows. You can make your own toasted marshmallows to eat and like give you like buffs and stuff. You can buy special holiday weapons here and like mounts and clothing and masks and stuff and like decorations for your house. This player housing in the games. You can like build houses and stuff and then decorate them with lights and Christmas trees and everything. And there's a freaking ad. Of course there's an ad. Cooler, I don't think you're not. Never mind. Well, I'll wait for a minute, I guess. Anyway, for you guys who are subbed, thanks for being subbed. These ad breaks are so stupid. Anyway, well, let's go back to where we were. Random autosave. I don't think everyone gets ads every time. I think everyone's supposed to get ads every time. I'm not sub, but I didn't get an ad break. Are you in the United States, Marmo? I think it has to do with your region, is what we're kind of just discovering. Welcome back, everybody. If you guys got hit with that ad, sorry about that. Sweden. Yeah, so I think it depends on what country you're in, 100%. So yeah, I guess Sweden doesn't get ads, or maybe it doesn't get ads all the time. Who knows? But I know that most of my viewers are probably in the States and they get ads. So, which is like, I'm trying my best not to like stop the stream when I get ads. But it sucks when I'm talking to raiders. Like, it's so stupid. Like, I feel like if there's a raid, they should just like delay that ad for an extra like 5 minutes, I guess. But I guess it was, you know, it's been a while since the raid happened. So anyway, Mike, if you're still in here, thanks for the raid again, and hope you have a good night. Ads are region targeted, so if you're not in any of the places where you're from, don't have ads. Bought or buy ad promoters from Amazon, you won't get anything. Yep, I think I got what you're laying down. Yes. Anyway, Cooler, you were asking why. Wait, were you asking why we didn't go to UE5? You were asking, or you were saying that UE5 has like the world partition thing, and it does. And that would probably be useful, but I just don't think it'd be as I don't think it's like worth the effort. One thing is, I'm pretty sure world partition works in multiplayer, but it's like, it's not much different than level streaming. It's just like an automatic level streaming thing, and so that could be useful, but I already foresee other issues. Like, for example, we kind of just added a fly spell to the game last like couple streams ago, so you can like now fly. You just cast a spell and you can fly for a little while, and it drains your mana while you're flying, so like you can only fly for a little while until you run out of mana, and then yeah. But yeah, I have a feeling that when players like fly up here, they're gonna have to be able to see all this stuff, and so if with world partition, it's gonna like unload things, and I don't even know, like, it's gonna be a pain to like learn to set it up and everything. I'm sure you can go in and like override things, but like, yeah, I don't know. We use a lot of culling, so you can see like a lot of the mountains and stuff like popping out as you get further away. All that stuff's like unloading. That's how we do almost all of our like performance as far as like world goes. And yes, a lot of the terrain stays in here and these giant mountains stay here, but like you can see all those from clear over here, so it makes sense that you can still see them. And the terrain, it does suck that the terrain's all in there still, but I don't think it's a big deal. It's not that expensive. We have a lot worse hits based on our code. Like our CPU stuff is a lot heavier than our GPU stuff, so not a huge deal. Anyway, it can be real pain, but OFPA is very useful. What is OFPA? Are you talking about the ad stuff? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that makes sense. We're gonna go find someone to raid because it is dinner time for me and I'm starving. I don't think I even did lunch. I don't know what I've been doing all day. But we gotta find someone to raid first. And I am bad at finding people to raid. do we have? We have 50 people in here. Okay, maybe I was gonna say we should go raid, not those nerds. They're playing D&D. You guys want to go watch a D&D stream? Or should we just go raid a dev? Let's go raid a dev. Let's go find... And like all the people I normally follow are not streaming. Here we go. Let's go raid James T. George. Also doesn't run very well on my PC because you can't turn off a bunch of settings on it. Yeah. Here we go. This is a dev raid, don't worry. I don't know what they're working on. We'll find out. Anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I appreciate it. It's been nice having a lot of people in here and talking, and especially since I think we kind of ironed out a couple of kinks in this survival game that I was a little worried about, and I feel a lot more confident in it. Kind of hyped about it, actually. So, I can't wait to get this update out. This is like the main chunk of the content for the update that I had to work on, so like this is well on its way. And then I just got to work on the maps and figure out what you're actually going to get for the maps, and then once that's all solved, then yeah, this will be out next month. And I'm hoping to get the collection system sorted this month, so you guys will get your weapon update here very soon. So again, thanks for hanging out, appreciate it. You guys are the best. And I will be back on Thursday again as usual, and actually starting Thursday, actually that's Quinn's birthday. I might not be streaming Thursday, but I will be streaming at least, okay, I will be streaming Thursday, but it might be Thursday night because I'm doing my daily streams for next month. Next month I'm streaming every single day for February. I'm doing 3D modeling, so come hang out for that. They'll probably be late night streams if I can't get a normal stream time in. So let's go over here, and I will catch you guys next time. Thanks for being here. I'm trying to roll credits, but we're not gonna make it in time. Bye guys, have a good one.